These fluctuations not only strain grid stability, but also increase the operational costs and limit energy savings. Solarthon is here to change that narrative. By developing cutting edge tools, we aim to enhance energy generation, optimize grid stability, and unlock greater cost savings for consumers. Imagine a world where solar rooftop delivers not just clean energy, but predictable, stable, and efficient power, paving a way for more resilient and sustainable energy ecosystem. So, thank you all for being here. And without wasting much time, I would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Chief of Unit, International Solar Alliance, for the welcome address and context setting. Sir, please.
Thank you, Gurlin, for welcoming the people. So once again, a warm welcome from International Solar Alliance for this event on Solarthon. Uh, this word is coined from hackathon. It's that we derived this word, and that's the way this event we have scheduled on this. Uh, Let me talk about uh, the context. You know, over the time, the solar is becoming a mainstream energy, and earlier its role was a kind of a supplementing the conventional power, but with the time and as we are injecting more and more solar power into the grid, slowly it's become one of the key, or I would say mainstream source of energy. uh, one side we have a lot of advantages with the solar, but in terms of the uh, an answer to the climate change as a renewable source, I would say a master source of energy, which because every energy is derived in a way from the solar energy. At the same time, it poses very important challenge. As we know, it's a intermittent. It's intermittent not only during the day of the time, it changes also with the seasons and also with the disturbances like cloud cover, and then the instantaneously it has an effect in a network. If we look at the injection of solar power with other power, many times the grid operators face a lot of challenge because power is one thing which you have to be dynamically balanced, which is reflected through a control on your frequency. So this intermittency is poses a lot of problems for a grid operator. So the predictability and the forecastability, I would say, is very, very important so that the grid operator knows how much solar will be injected into the grid. Now, let me take the next aspect of that. Earlier when we were using the conventional power, it's always a one directional flow and somebody generates and you are consuming. The entire narrative has changed with the addition of solar, and now the consumers are also, they have become the generators in terms of putting the rooftop solar. So you are not only a consumer of the power, you will also become a generator of the power. So it has become a bidirectional. It's not only you consume, you inject back. So there is a close interaction between the consumer and the grid operator because you keep on pumping the power. You take and also to the pump power. So considering these aspects, we thought as we have more and more uh, power injected from the solar rooftop, you know, uh, the grid operator in a way need to know how much is being pumped into the grid so that you can dynamically address or compensate, I would say,
D'une
balance
façon
the other sources.
où il faut savoir
Considering all these things, we thought we need to uh, intelligently plan this kind of scheduling and forecasting. We need to rope in the technological advancements, whether it is in the AI or blockchain. All these things will play a very critical role, which will help not only the consumer, which also will help the grid operators. So as we put more and more renewable power, intermittent power, these become more and more critical, and the use of the blockchain and AI will play a very important role. So with this context, we thought of inviting the papers or the to see the talents being working on this, uh, so that we can have a sense of it. And what we did is we invited this problem statement and across the ISA member countries. Uh, we got 16 applications, and these 16 applications were reviewed by uh, a team of experts. We wanted to have a three people, but due to some reasons, the one of the important uh, expert could not join it. But so at this level, let me thank Dr. Davirene and Mr. Parag Sharma. Both of them agreed, both one as an technological, the expertise in this technological development, the other, Mr. Parag Sharma being the industrial representative. So I would like to thank both of them to review these proposals, and after that they could listed three people. So what we decided is there will be three entries we will select as a kind of, we would like to reward by just starting with a 5,000, 4,000, $3,000, which are very promising, the tools which being developed by the people out of the 16. So this will be announced subsequently by this expert committee. I would also like to say that this is we did it in a very short period. So it has its own limitations. So we could have reached more. I would say this is a very, a kind of trailer, or I would say a curtain raiser for this issue. We will have more such proposals, and we will be having a mechanism to select or discover uh, the the deep dive into this kind of technology and the products, so that ISA can uh, promote such products which will be very useful for all ISA member countries. So I would say this is a very initial stage, but this is very important subject, and I'm sure because as we go ahead, more and more renewable power will be injected into the grid. So we need to have a safe grid operation, and the safe operation of the solar as well as the other sources. This will play a very critical role. So let me stop here, and let me once again welcome you all, and spending time here to be with us. I'm sure this is very important subject and aspect which we will carry forward. And then I'm sure with the cooperation of all countries, we will be able to support them in solarizing, not only solarizing, having an efficient way of operating the solar technology. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Now, I would like to request our esteemed guests to please take their seats on the stage. Thank you. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Alwali Haroon Shongchong, Director of New and Renewable Energy, Republic of Chad, to please come on stage for his keynote address. Please, sir.
First of all, I want to thank the International Solar Alliance for giving me this opportunity to speak here and for leading this innovative platform uh, for solar rooftop through the technological advancement and the creative solution. The world faces an urgent climate crisis with the energy system accounting for approximately 75 of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Addressing this requires a massive scale up of the of renewable energy, including solar. By 2050, global solar capacity needs to increase almost 20-fold to align with the zero scenarios. Solar rooftop is a system, a cost-effective way to decentralize energy production, reduce transmission costs, and increase the grid resilience. Solar rooftop market size was valued at US 80.5 billion in 2022. The solar rooftop market industry is projected to grow up from US 97.8 million in 2023 to US and 435 billion by 2032, exhibiting on the common annual growth of the rate of 20% during the forest period. Solar rooftop are critical for reducing grid dependence, especially in the urban settings, while offering reliable, decentralized energy. They are particularly vital for the energy access in the rural and the remote community worldwide. Solar rooftop energy generation is affected by the cloud cover, weather conditions, and the absence of the robust predictive tools. This results in the variability that affect the grid stability and increases operational costs. Integrating rooftop solar into existing grids requires smart and the solution manage variability and ensure energy security. SolarTOM address this challenge by the inviting innovative solution that enhance prediction accuracy for the solar generation, thus improving grid stability and the efficiency. SolarTOM requires a unique effort to bring together global innovative to develop predictive tools for the solar rooftop projects. Acquire prediction models will enable better resources management, cost saving for the utilities and the consumers, optimized grid integration, reducing instability and the energy loss. The program aligns with the ISA's commitment to scaling up for the solar energy adoption and ensuring a resilience and efficient renewable energy ecosystem. A collaborative effort has been initiated between ISA, Ministry of Energy and the Water, and the Ministry of the Health of the Republic of Chad for the implementation of solar rooftop project at the Mother and the Child Hospital in Chad. The ISA will support showcasing the benefits of the implementing solar rooftop projects and the health centers in Chad and will enhance collaboration with the government of Chad through strengthened partnerships. The project aims to encourage the government to scale up similar innovative and other health centers to develop suitable business models and share results with the other members countries for replication and the knowledge dissemination. The is based on the site visit and the discussion with the government of Chad has finalized the details of pre-feasibility report. The project is designed to function as off-grid solar system with the battery storage of 70 kilowatt P, operation for 40 kilowatt P, and room 10 KP capacity. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lalwale, for your comments. Now I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Agarwala on stage. He's a Senior Executive Vice President at Avada Group India, and he would be representing SPDA. Sir, please.
Good morning. Am I audible? Good morning, distinguished guests and solar enthusiasts. I welcome you all to the 6th day at COP29. It's an honor to be here at Solarthon, an event that represents an incredible potential of solar energy to transform the world. On behalf of Sustainable Projects Development Association, or SPDA in short, I would like to especially thank DG ISA, Mr. Mathur, for his kind acknowledgement of our proposal for collaboration with International Solar Alliance and organizing such a unique event called Hackathon. I also thank Mr. Ramesh for his enthusiastic efforts and the team behind organizing this, making this a reality. To give you a brief about SPDA, it's an independent industry organization committed towards promoting a green energy to hydrogen green transition in India. We represent nearly 50 member companies across the entire gamut of renewable energy, be it solar, wind, storage options, as well as the green fuels industry, the likes of green hydrogen and its derivatives. Our members represent the entire spectrum of the industry, right from large organizations to mid-size and small-size companies who are operating and making this energy revolution in India. Many members are developing projects of as tiny as few kilowatts to as large as gigawatt scale projects across the entire spectrum of renewable energy. SPDA's contribution in policies development has been well recognized within the Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the various other stakeholders like Central Electricity Authority, regulatory commissions, and as well as by the host of state government agencies in India. Here in Baku, in the last 6 days, we are clearly witnessing a moment of unprecedented innovation, collaboration, and very serious dialogues happening around climate finance as well as Article 6. And at the heart of this is the human ingenuity that is converging to tackle some of the most teething challenges and the problems that's facing with the solar energy industry. It's a catalyst for economic growth, job creation, and more of it, energy access for all, especially in the regions that has been long underserved. At the International Solar Alliance, we clearly see that they are being directed by a very noble vision to make solar at the center stage of the full energy revolution in the 21st century. Solarthon is a testimony to the power of innovation. It brings together bright minds, young engineers, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders across the globe to create cutting-edge solutions that can make real difference in people's life. So today we celebrate not just technology, but also the collective will to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon future. And just to add a perspective on the initial challenges as outlined by fellow speakers, I think one of the important outlook that what rooftop presents is a very different and a unique challenge versus a large-scale utility-mounted ground projects. Because in solar rooftop, we have different kinds of use cases, and all of them poses a unique challenge. Like we have, on one hand, we have an industrial customers, we have a commercial customers, and we have residential customers. All three of them, their needs and requirements are different. And even within industry, let's say you have an automobile industry, or you have a software development park, or you have a steel plant. All this has different rooftop sizes, and their requirements are different in terms of the power. On the other hand, when it comes to the commercial space, we have hospitals, we have shopping malls, we have university campuses. These are all presents different and a unique opportunity, and how a solar plant can make a difference to these customer set. And finally, on the other spectrum, we have residential customers, which in itself is a heterogeneous lots. Like on one hand, we will have gated communities, we will have independent apartments, villas, and we have some villages, so there are so many hosts of user use cases that needs to be tackled in addition to the technology and the implementation challenges. And another set of unique solution that we can think of in rooftop is also how to make this accessible to retail investors, because generally utility segment are for institutional investors, but can general public and retail investors can become a part and join hands in this solar revolution to make this happen. Because unless we all of us come together, this is going to be a pretty distant dream. So thank you all to all the participants, ISA and partners who have made this event possible. I look forward to listening to all the breakthroughs, technology and solutions that all various participants are here to present. Let's continue to harness the power of the sun and work towards a brighter and a more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwala. As you mentioned, let's continue to harness the power of sun. And in the spirit of that, I would like to introduce our expert technical committee before we unveil the final winners of the Solarthon. So our expert panel comprised of Dr. David Rene, an expert in solar meteorology and forecasting, formerly at National Renewable Energy Labs, NREL US. He was representing the technological side of these innovations. Welcome, Dr. Rene. And Mr. Parag Sharma, founder and CEO, O2 Power, representing the voice of industry. Before we finally venture into the announcement of results, I would like to invite Dr. Rene, who's available with us online, to kindly share the evaluation criteria that the expert technical committee assessed the proposals on. Dr. Rene?
Yes, thank you very much, Gurleen, and thank you to the International Solar Alliance to asking me to participate in the Solarthon this year. As you've heard from our previous speakers, solar rooftop technologies represent a potentially significant resource for electricity provision into the grid around the world. And in many countries, it already represents a fairly sizable percentage of the total solar PV that's installed, despite the significant growth of ground-mounted utility-scale PV systems. So this particular Solarthon competition is very important because it does seek out technologies that address some of the technological issues that Mr. Ramesh had already mentioned earlier, especially how can utilities understand what will be coming into their grid from rooftop solar systems, since these systems are typically behind the electricity meter, so to speak, and the utility does not know what will be coming in from all of these rooftop systems collectively unless they had some good tools as well as forecast methodologies to understand that how that resource will impact their system operations over the next several hours. So that was the importance of this particular concept node, and we had, as we already heard, about 16 very good proposals that were submitted. All of them were very thoughtful. Some of them didn't necessarily address the concept explicitly, but many did. And so we went through and evaluated these proposals, particularly based on their innovation and the any technology gaps that they might be filling, especially for the countries in which they're being addressed, the regional applicability of the proposal, and what we can learn about the accuracy of the proposal. And as we've already heard, a number of methodologies, including modeling, machine learning techniques, measurements, weather forecasts, solar and cloud cover forecasts, were all being evaluated to see how they could come together to provide a tool that would give utility significant advantage in understanding what rooftop solar resource will be doing in the grid. So with that said, I'm very pleased to announce the 3 finalists that we have selected from the 16 original proposals. And I will start first with our second runner-up, Mr. Kumar from SGT University in Gurugram in India. He's a second-year student pursuing a Bachelor of Technology in Computer Science and Engineering. His award-winning project combines blockchain technology, Internet of Things sensors, and distributed machine learning to create a decentralized solar forecasting network. He's currently pursuing his studies and focusing on developing scalable solutions for improved solar power integration through advanced technologies like Hyperledger Fabric, federated learning, and smart contracts. So congratulations, Mr. Kumar. Our first runner-up is Ayushi Bhatia. She is an MBA graduate from IIM Ahmedabad and is currently working as Deputy Manager of Corporate Monitoring at the Solar Energy Corporation of India. And she has over 6 years of professional experience since completing her MBA work. So congratulations to you, Ayusha, and we'll be hearing from you in a few minutes. And then I'm very pleased to say our winner for this particular competition is Mr. Ronald Mugaiga, a master's student in environmental systems engineering. He's the founder of Munakayalo AgroFresh in Zimbabwe, where he leads sustainable energy and agricultural initiatives using solar-powered Internet of Things technology to transform rural communities. With expertise in renewable energy, project management, and strategic partnerships, he focuses on climate-smart innovations for economic growth and environmental sustainability. Ronald's leadership and contributions have garnered him recognition as a finalist in multiple global innovation challenges. So very much congratulations to you, Mr. Ronald. And we will be hearing from all 3 of our finalists. And I believe, Ronald, you will be speaking first, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm happy to turn the floor over to you, and then following your talk, we'll hear from the other 2 finalists as well. Congratulations again, Mr. Ronald.
Thank you, Dr. Rene, for sharing the winners. Congratulations, Mr. Ronald, Ms. Ayushi, and Mr. Kunal. So, Mr. Ronald, can you please share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Ladies
Just a minute.
and gentlemen, you can see Mr. Ronald on screen. He's live with us. So congratulations. And please share your slides and your proposal, please.
Can you see my slide?
Not yet. It has, the screen is starting to share.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see, but then you can move to the presentation mode, the slideshow. Yes, we can see your slides. And we are on slide 3 now.
Just a minute. Yeah. Am I clear now?
Yes, but we are still in the, yes, it works very well. So Mr. Ronald, the floor is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please put here another round of applause for Mr. Ronald before he begins with his presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, all. Many thanks to the judging team and many thanks to the team at International Solar Alliance. I'm happy to present my system and research and making sure solar energy is really used in this world. Yeah, my name is Ronald Mugaiga. I'm a master's student in environmental systems engineering at the University of Zimbabwe. And my system is designed and developed a real-time monitoring system to ensure solar rooftop systems have enough solar energy efficiencies and grid stability. As we know, the growing adoption of solar rooftop systems across the world is really so much. And this is really expected to reach 4.7 terawatts by 2050. Because so many people across the world are now really embracing the technology. However, with different challenges such as weather fluctuations, this leads to different problems and challenges such as energy generation and predictability. So with this, the grid, there is really grid stability concerns and inconsistent power supply because of these challenges. So I've designed a system whereby this is a real-time monitoring and control system whereby we use IoT and predictive analytics to ensure that we enhance the accuracy and timeliness of solar energy forecasts. And my main objective of designing this tool is to ensure that we have real-time tracking of energy production. We also use predictive analytics to ensure that the consumers and grid operators can be able to use, estimate how solar energy can be used depending on weather forecasts. And then we are also looking at using an automated power control system to ensure that the energy load from the solar panels can be balanced with the load that it's giving to the consumers or operators. And as well, ensure that our system can give insights to operators and consumers to ensure that we are able to, of course, use and get 100% of what the system is supposed to be giving us. So in this system, or tool, my main key features, of course, would include hardware, which is the IoT-enabled sensors, and these sensors will help in tracking the power output, and of course, always letting us know the system health, whether the system is working correctly or incorrectly, and what should be done next. We are using machine learning models, of course, to forecast. I've designed this tool to be used by consumers, individual consumers, can be used by businesses, and can be used by cities or governments. So we use weather forecasts, of course, to understand how solar energy has been, the solar energy levels have been in different cities or communities, and then we can be able to forecast what the past gives us and then see what the future would be. Of course, in this, we are using, of course, smart control, automations, smart inverters to ensure that the system can always adjust itself whenever there are any and
Mr. Ronald, sorry to interrupt you. It seems like your network is very choppy
have
and
a
we're not able to hear you.
dashboard whereby a user, operator, or consumer can be able to know what the given is not.
Mr. Ronald, can you please switch off your video? We're not able to hear you properly.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry for the inconveniences due to technology. So part of the technology I'm using in this system or tool, of course, hardware, like I said, software using machine learning models. And because this is a system that can be used over ages, from today up to 100 or million years, people can still use it. So we are using the cloud to store data and then process our data, of course. So like I said, we have designed this tool to ensure that it can be used by individual consumers, businesses. So much of the data sources we are using are forecasts. For example, I gave a case scenario of the solar irradiance in Kampala, Uganda. So as we are designing this system, we work with, for example, city administrators, and then we look at how much data, how much solar technology has been, let's say the irradiances, the temperatures in different cities, in different communities, and then we're able to design a tool to ensure that it can really support the given community or individual we are working with. And so with this tool, once we have assembled everything from the IoT sensors and everything, then we have the output. The final part is the dashboard. So in this dashboard, which is really hardware, of course, so a consumer or operator is able to use this dashboard to understand how the energy production and performance is from the solar system. So in this, the dashboard shows where the system is either healthy or unhealthy, and then the smart control, which are the inverters, are as well able to adjust according to how the system is. And then from this dashboard, we are also able to help consumers and operators get insights on how they can maintain their system and optimize it. So part of the tabulated data from the system. So this is part of the tabulated data from the dashboard, whereby it gives you a time when the data is recorded, the energy output, the system voltage, the system current, and the weather conditions. That's very important because, like I said, the biggest challenge is the fluctuation in weather. So it always shows you whether the weather condition is sunny, partly cloudy, or it's cloudy, and when and then how the system is. If the conditions are sunny, it would of course tell you the system is healthy, and then there are no actions recorded. If the system is if the weather is cloudy, then it will show you a warning on the dashboard, and then of course it will tell you that the load output would be low, and then of course the system needs to do some adjustments with the smart inverters in our system. So much of the challenges and considerations with this system, like I said, so as we deploy this system in different communities, in different cities, in different businesses, of course, we are looking at how best we can continuously improve the system, looking at machine learning improvements. This is AI is a new technology, so it still has more space for us to improve. However, so we still, and then looking at scalability, of course, our main goal is not working only in one country or one city, but working with so many countries and cities across the world. And in conclusion, so having designed this system, I believe using real-time monitoring and control system can be able to increase the efficiency of solar rooftop systems, and of course, increase the grid stability, ensuring that operators and consumers can benefit from their solar rooftop systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ronald. You've been very precise with the time. Thank you for your consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, he was our first winner. Now, I would like to call our first runner-up to present her slides, Ms. Ayushi. Can you please share your slides?
Sure. I hope my screen is visible.
It has started to share. Yes, it's visible. Can you
Just
please
to
put it on
confirm,
slideshow?
yeah, just to confirm whether the slides are moving at your end.
It isn't moving yet.
Okay. So I'll just exit the slide share mode every time, and then I will move on the next slide.
It is moving. It is moving. I think there was slight delay. It is moving. Can you please put it on the slideshow mode and try again?
Just give me a second.
Yes.
I hope it's visible now and it's in slideshare mode.
It is still in the presentation mode, not in the slideshow mode.
Second.
Yeah. Can you try one more time and go one by one?
Yes, so I'm starting with my presentation. Please let me know in case there's no movement in terms of the slide. I hope it's visible, the slide one.
It is in the presentation mode. It is not in the slideshow mode. Maybe you need to share the other screen.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah. So, Ms. Ayushi, I would request you to proceed like this in the interest of time. Please remember you have 10 minutes to finish your presentation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes,
so
it works very
I-
well now. We are able to see it in the presentation, in the slideshow mode. So please
Sure.
proceed. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies
Many
and
thanks.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, let's put a huge round of applause for our first runner-up, Ms. Ayushi.
Thank
Yes,
you, everyone.
Ayushi.
Many thanks to ISA and SPDA for having us here. I am Ayushi Bhatia, working as Deputy Manager in Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited in India. So I'm here to present my proposal on AI-driven integrated platform for solar power prediction. Moving on to the next slide. I made a predictive simulation-based tool by analyzing data on Google Colab. The primary objective of this tool is to provide accurate predictions of solar power output using environmental and operational data. The primary issue which we are trying to address here in the rooftop ecosystem is the unpredictability of solar generation due to external factors like cloud cover and inconsistent weather patterns. The inherent variability in solar generation possesses challenges to power supply consistency and grid stability. Without the right infrastructure for monitoring and predictive control, grid operators struggle with load management, leading to reliability issue and ineffective solar utilization. Therefore, there is a need for a technology-driven intervention to improve forecasting of solar energy generation. So my approach here aims to harness real-time data from rooftop solar installation, weather predictions, and historical energy generation patterns to anticipate fluctuations in energy prediction and adjust responses accordingly. It also aims at identifying and deploying an appropriate machine learning algorithm that can process the real-time data to forecast generation variability and adjusting load distribution accordingly. So for implementing this, the data input is required from the deployed sensors and IoT devices across rooftop solar to collect granular data on energy output, weather, etc. Moving on to the next slide. So our broad objective here is to minimize the power supply inconsistencies due to solar energy fluctuation. We are also aiming to enhance grid stability and optimize operational cost through data-driven insights. We are also aiming here to improve the efficiency and reliability of rooftop solar systems for increased adoption and contributing to the national sustainability goals of our ultimate targets. Moving on to the next slide. So here, these are some of the basic broad operational data for rooftop solar as solar irradiance, temperature, humidity, wind speed, voltage, current, etc. I'm not saying that these are the only variables that should be considered. There can be many more depending on the geography or location. For example, right now I am in Delhi NCR in India, which is my current location. So here the AQI, that is the particular matter, can also act as an important variable. Again, while implementing a machine learning model at a place, we can test mediator or moderator models to identify the criticality of a particular variable. So, for example, in location like Bikaner in India, which is the western zone in India, some other variables as thickness of sand or dust can also be a critical variable. In Himachal, there might be fog and which can be a critical variable for this aspect. Mere depending on meteorological data or input is not sufficient today. There are some rooftop solar optimization solution in practice merely using depending meteorological inputs. Today, we need to think a step beyond and a better customization is needed today. So in this slide, we can see that there is this sample data we have used. We can get a lot better forecasting or a lot better results with bulk of the CSV files and bulk of other local variables data to further fine-tune our model. Again, the type of variable being used, the number of variables being used will determine which machine learning model will fit in this. So this is the Corel matrix telling us the relationship between other variables and solar power output. By knowing the dependency between variables and solar output, we can recalibrate or adjust our solar output generation. Again, this table is mere an indication of actual variables, and actual variables can be many more at a location. Coming on to the next slide. So left-hand side is a 3D plot of power output with respect to the solar irradiance and temperature. And the right-hand side plot tells us the relationship between voltage and current. Moving on to the next slide. Now, coming on to the prediction part. So for such type of database, random forest regressor and LSTM model, which is long short-term memory model, are best suited. We may use random forest regressor as it excels in structured tabular data prediction, and especially for database with interdependent features. For small data set analysis, this model may be preferred, while for LSTM, it's a deep learning model which is best suited for the series analysis as it captures the sequential dependencies in dataset. So I feel that it makes it an excellent choice for predicting solar power output given the temporal nature of the environment changes. Here is a plot of LSTM, predicted solar output power. We can give such LSTM predicted output power insights to grid operators, load management units, etc. So the libraries that I have used here for my analysis are Pandas, which is first used for data loading, cleaning, and pre-processing. Scikit-learn, which is used for knowing accuracy in predicting outcome in a non-linear data set. And Keras with TensorFlow backends, as it simplifies deep learning model and also ensure computability, efficiency, and scalability. So what is the utility of LSTM model, which I have used here? It helps in better forecasting. That is, with accurate prediction, we can plan and make the best use of energy generated. It helps in energy optimization. That is, knowing exactly how much power to expect helps optimize energy uses. And it also ensures enhanced level of maintenance. That is, if prediction from these models don't match the actual power output, it can indicate a problem like dust or the panels or a technical issue. And this can help in timely maintenance of the solar rooftop system. So in the end, I would like to close on my presentation with remarks from a famous persona that we are the first generation to feel the effect of a climate change and a large generation who can do something about it. And solar is the best solution for it. Sir, I am from India, and here we worship sun as a deity and have carried it in our Vedic history as well. So, Sun Temple in Konark and Modhera of India and its worship symbolize a balance between nature and human life and thus emphasize the importance of sustenance. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Ayushi. I believe together we will shape solutions that address the challenges head on, leveraging technology to turn variability into reliability. Thank you. A huge round of applause. Now I would like to invite our second runner-up, Mr. Kunal, to please share his slides.
Good morning, everyone. Let me share my slides.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Kunal, we can already see your slides in the slideshow mode. Can you please move it forward and backward to see if you have the control? Yes, it is working. So, ladies and gentlemen, put a huge round of applause for Mr. Kunal, who's our second runner-up for the Solar-thon challenge. Mr.
Good morning,
Kunal, over
everyone.
to you.
I'm from second year from SUT University. We have developed a groundbreaking approach for one of the most pressing challenges, solar energy adaptation, accurate and reliable power forecasting. In today's world, where solar power is necessarily crucial for our energy future, we face significant challenges with integration and efficiency. Our traditional solar forecasting systems, while functional, leave much to be desired, with efficiency loss of 30 to 40% and persistent grid stability issues plaguing current implementations. My solution combines blockchain technology, IoT sensors, and advanced machine learning algorithm to create a decentralized solar forecasting system that's more accurate, transparent, and efficient than existing solutions. So, before diving into our solution, let's understand the critical challenges facing solar integration today. Currently, solar power systems suffer from 30 to 40% in efficiency losses due to the poor forecasting and management. Grid operators struggle with instability issues as solar penetration increases. What's particularly concerning is how these problems are amplified by data silos, limited coordination between stakeholders, and fundamental trust issues in data sharing. These challenges don't just affect technical performance, they translate directly into higher operational costs and reduced renewable energy adaptations. Our solution addresses these challenges through a revolutionary decentralized solar forecasting system. I've created a seamless integration of four key technologies. First, the blockchain technology provides an immutable and transparent record of all forecasting data. Second, our IoT sensor network captures high precious environmental data into real time. Third, our advanced machine learning algorithm models process this data for accurate predictions. Finally, edge computing ensures rapid processing and response time. This combination creates a system that's not just more accurate, but also more reliable and trustworthy than traditional centralized solutions. Let's explain how these components work together. Our system architecture consists of 5 key layers. Starting from the nodes layer, we collect environmental data through our distributed network of nodes. This data is initially processed at the edge layer, reducing latency and bandwidth requirement. The blockchain network serves as our trust layer, ensuring data integrity and creating an immutable record of all measurements and predictions. Our ML pipeline processes this verified data to generate forecasts, while backend services make these insights accessible to stakeholders. Each layer is designed for scalability and reliability, with redundancy built into critical components. The hardware specializations. The foundation of our system lies in its hardware implementation. Each sensor node is built around the ESP32 WROM32D microcontroller, chosen for its excellent balance of processing power and energy efficiency. We integrated professional grade sensors, including the SP110 Iridance sensor for precise solar measurements, DHT22 for temperature and humidity monitoring, and the DS2 anemometer for the wind data. This hardware configuration allows us to capture comprehensive environmental data while maintaining cost and efficiency and reliability. So our software architecture is built on 4 robust layers. At the foundation, Azure layer, blockchain ensures secure and transparent data management. Our ML pipeline developed in Python processes this data using advanced forecasting algorithms. The edge computing layer implemented in C++ for maximum efficiency handles real-time data processing. Finally, our fast API services provide seamless integration with existing solar management systems. This is our systems command center. Our dashboard provides real-time visibility into system performance, prediction accuracy, and environmental metrics. Stakeholder can monitor all critical parameters from a single interface, ensuring quick decision making and system optimization. This result speaks for themselves. Our system achieves 94.7% daily forecast accuracy, a significant improvement over traditional method. We maintain blockchain processing speed of 100 transactions per second with response time under 100 milliseconds. Perhaps most importantly, we can achieve 99.99% uptime in our pilot deployment, demonstrating the system's reliability in the real world conditions. So let's speak about real world impact. Environmentally, our system can demonstrate a 45% reduction in carbon emission through improved solar integration. Energy saving can be reached up to 30%, with grid stability improving by 25%. The economic benefit are equally impressive. We can see a 250% return on investment over the next 3 years using this system, 18% reduction in the operational cost, and 25% lower maintenance required. These numbers make a compelling case of adaptation. The implementation follows a careful planned 3-phase approach: 3 months for the development, 4 months for the pilot testing, and 2 months for the pilot testing, and 4 months for scale development. This structured approach allows for through testing and optimization at each stage. Looking ahead, we are excited about several enhancements: AI modeling improvement for even better accuracy, cross-chain integration for broader compatibility, 5G connectivity for faster response time, and a carbon credit platform to monetize environmental benefits. Thank you for your attention all. I'm Kunal and I'm looking forward to discuss how we can work together to revolutionize solar energy management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kunal, for your presentation. Now I would open the floor for audience questions. Mr. Pankaj, that gentleman has a question.
Can you hear me? All?
Yes.
So I'm Nizar Bijar from Kurdistan region of Iraq, from Prime Minister's office, and we for our, can I? Okay. So, in Kurdistan and Iraq, we still have private generation electricity. Work streams. Is this better? Okay. One of our streams is called Sustainable Energy, where we have 17 initiatives for Kurdistan. And one of these is called Solar Rooftops Program, where we are facilitating bank loans, long-term bank loans, without guarantors, without very much interest rate for customers to be able to install solar rooftops for their houses. So we have used utility scales big, and we have investment plans. We have schools and governmental buildings turning to solar. And we are planning to have 20% of total generation of Kurdistan electricity into solar, not including rooftops, which I'm just going to discuss. For 2030, we are planning to have 458 megawatts of electricity only for rooftops, solar energy rooftops. For monitoring what these gentlemen and ladies discussed, we have smart meters where we can monitor the input and the output, the import and export of electricity to the national grid, so people also can see how much they are exporting to the national grid and how they import. The net metering is a mechanism that if, for example, if I export as a customer, I export 300 kilowatt and import 600 kilowatt, I will only pay the 300 that remaining, the gap for the government. And we have, that's called net metering as well. We have waived limit on smart meter. You can export as much as you can. We are also making one-stop shop. I think that at Kurdistan region, because we have consultancy teams with us, Oliver Wyman, we got some benchmarks and some example of other countries. In this regard, I want to congratulate to you that one of biggest countries and fastest growing countries and developed countries for one-stop shop was India, that we got their benchmark and their websites. So we are also doing so to have call center, calculator, and knowledge, and to register for solar, for net metering. What I want to say here, I want Kurdistan as a region or Iraq as a country, from Prime Minister's office, to become a member of ISA, so we can create knowledge and share knowledge together for a better world. And thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you very much. And we will welcome you and with wholeheartedly be part of International Solar Alliance. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I request anyone else. Thank you.
Is Karan online?
Mr. Karan, are you online? Mr. Karan?
Okay, I think we can post the question separately at some other time to the winners also. Anyone have any kind of question, any query, any doubt over this solar rooftop installation and the tool what the presenters, the winners have presented? So you can definitely mail it to us also. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Bon, moi, je vais parler en français. Merci pour cette riche présentation de tous ces présentateurs. Et aussi, une fois de plus, nous remercions aussi les gagnants qui ont manifesté leur projet dans ce sens, qui nous attire beaucoup plus dans le monde où nous vivons. La plupart étaient dans le monde rural. Et cette technologie, qui soit celui de solaire sur les toits ou celui dont il a été présenté pour les fermes agricoles, ce sont les technologies qu'on a besoin en ce temps, dans ce monde où les milieux ruraux est dépourvu de l'accès à l'électricité et ce qui impacte aussi l'économie dans le monde rural. Mais j'avais quelques questions au présentateur. C'est de regarder, nous avons des toits qui sont vulnérables, les toits qui ne sont pas très solides. Il y a aussi l'aspect qu'il faut prendre en compte sur le changement climatique, les phénomènes du vent, des tornades qui arrivent à des saisons que nous ne maîtrisons pas. Les toits, c'est normal quand on est dans une zone qui n'est pas désertique, qu'on peut les mettre avec des accessoires et qui peut être solide. Ce système peut se changer quand on est dans des zones qui ont des montagnes et où il y a des zones qui ont vraiment la forêt. Donc, c'est un défi que je voudrais comprendre. Il y a aussi l'aspect que nous vivons beaucoup plus dans les zones semi-désertiques. On est sur des toits, il y a la tornade, il y a les dépôts aussi de la poussière qui jouent sur l'efficacité des panneaux solaires. Et à la fin des journées, dans certaines saisons aussi, qu'on a moins de rayonnement solaire, plus tous ces aspects, à un moment donné, on se pose la question, est-il normal de faire des installations et un matin, on se réveille, tout est arraché par le vent ou la tornade, où il y a des dépôts et qu'on a une très faible efficacité. Ce qui décourage nos fermiers à un moment donné d'exploiter les énergies renouvelables sur le solaire. Est-ce qu'il y a un autre mécanisme qui permet de sécuriser cela, les installations sur les toits? Merci.
Thank you. Would anyone like to take this question, or I would like to answer this? Okay. If not, sir, thank you for posing this. This is a very, very valid question. And we need to develop guidelines specifically for the harsh environment, specifically, as you mentioned, in the risk zones where we have for deserts, for cold, for tornadoes, and we need to have systems which are very, very stable. Right now, we have ISO guidelines, we have IEC guidelines, but most of them are for the template climate zones. We need to come together with ISA and with all the standardized agencies to make sure we develop harsher standards for such harsh climatic zones. This is a work in progress. We need to take it forward, and ISA will also be doing a study soon on this. We would like to invite you. We would invite you to collaborate with us as well as part of the different consultations that we do, so that we are able to take your feedback, suggest these standardization practices to the organizations across. Yeah. And if you want to check out where you can find these things, IEC has some advanced standards. You can check those out. And IEA PVPS also has some reports for these harsh environment and what sort of standards and tools and bowls and carriers and frames and modules should such projects in these areas. Yeah. Thank you. Sir, yeah.
Thank you very much and good morning. I'm Khauta Mukana from South Africa, from the Ministry for Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Thank you very much to the presenters for the excellent presentations and the innovations they've shared. Just want to ask regarding the design for circularity, to say, are the systems having a potential to be designed for refurbishment or reuse circularity when either the panels become waste or the batteries themselves either get damaged, presenting hazards, or when they when they reach their end of life? Thank you very much.
Again, sir, I think you all are making my day. These are all the topics that I am specifically working on. So I'm also doing this project on end of life and circularity, and I would like to answer that if it's okay. So ISA is developing this report on where we are looking at the waste volumes across the world, and we are looking at how things can be designed for circularity. There are already some startups and some organizations which are working on it. EU has some directives. And we are also going to have a session on closing the PV loop on 20th of November, where we would be discussing this topic with the experts in this pavilion at 10 a.m. So please come here to know more about this discussion and hearing from the experts and also the viewpoint from different parts of the globes. We'll have representatives from different continents. Yeah. So we would invite you to come there and we can also discuss this offline if you want more details about this.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. This has made me really happy that all the topics that ISA and us are working on are very in demand and very pertinent to the cause of solar energy and its reliability that we are working on. So I truly believe that through technological innovation, power of international collaboration, and spirit of not only youth, but everyone coming together, Solarthon and ISA is not just solving problems. It is setting the stage for a future where not only solar rooftops, but all solar technologies, and specifically forecasting, because we are in the session for Solarthon, can truly shine as a cornerstone of global energy systems. So I would like to thank you all for being part of it. And I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Khurana to give the vote of thanks. So please.
Thank you, Gurleen. I'll be very brief for the vote of thanks. A heartfelt thanks to Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Chief of Unit PPIC ISA, for his insight, welcome address, and perspective on the advancing solar energy, specifically to solar rooftops. We extend our gratitude to the Honorable Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, CHART, for sharing their country's visions and experiences and association with ISA, sir. We also acknowledge the address by Mr. Deepak Agrawala, Senior Executive Vice President, Avada India, representing SPDA, with whom we have done this Solarthon as a joint initiative this year, and it will definitely be going on for the future years also. Special appreciation to the Expert Review Committee, Dr. Dave Rene and Mr. Parag Sharma, for their excellent contributions for evaluation of I think around 16 or 18 entries which we have received. Out of those, 3 winners have been recognized and facilitated and honored here. Thank you very much, sir. You have joined online. Thank you to all participants and audience and all the organizers for making this event a success. Thank you very much. So now I request to facilitate our speakers, please. Thank you, sir.
So all the winners, can you please turn on your cameras? Thank you everyone for being part of this wonderful session. And once again, I would like to remind you for the session on 20th of November at 10 a.m. in the morning, where we'll be discussing circularity. Thank you. Have a good day. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you for being part of this wonderful journey.
Okay. So thanks, Alisa. It's always nice to have you here back at the ISA Pavilion. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us again. Today, we'll be discussing solar power, the keystone of net zero strategies and global decarbonization. So welcome. I'm glad you could join us today for the fireside chat at the ISA Pavilion. And with me to discuss this is Alisa Peck. Alisa is passionate about the environment and finding innovative solutions to building a better future for the next generation. She has worked for trade associations across a wide spectrum of clean energy solutions, including solar PV, electrification, energy efficiency, and clean transport and wind power. She's currently the strategy director for renewable energy and climate advocacy at the Global Solar Council. Thank you, Alisa, for joining. Glad to have you again.
Thanks for having me, Anu.
So, Alisa, we'll dive right in. So the Paris Agreement and other global frameworks had set very ambitious limits, looking at limiting global warming to at least below 2 degrees centigrade. And we're looking at seeing this eventually get to fruition, but we may not be there yet, but there is a gradual shift towards cleaner renewable energy sources. And it is expected that in the next 10 years that global renewable energy sources is expected to expand significantly. Now, my question is, as the strategy director of the Global Solar Council, how do you see the role of solar power evolving in the global energy mix over these 10 years?
Well, solar power has always been the keystone of the global energy transition, mainly because it's so scalable and flexible, compared to wind, right? I've worked in wind, I've worked in offshore wind. They're super capex heavy, and not everywhere you can install wind. It takes a lot longer to develop it, and you can only really do utility scale. What's great about solar, what makes the technology so great, is because it is so scalable. You can have the big utility scale projects, but you can also, have agri PV, you can have distributed, you can have rooftop or mini grids. So it's really more accessible to a wider group of consumers and stakeholders, and it can be installed pretty much anywhere, right, where we have some sun. So that's why solar is playing such a big role in the global energy transition, and especially in the just transition, in countries or markets where maybe the cost of capital is really high. It's really hard to, maybe do a wind or hydro project because there's so much more capex intensive. And with solar, you can kind of start maybe with distributed and then work your way up. And we see that in Dubai last year, we established the goal of tripling renewable energy capacity at the global level by 2030. So that means that we'll have to have at least 11 terawatts of renewable energy capacity across the world. Not that, it's only in we're 2024 now, almost 2025. So we don't have that much longer to go. And solar is going to need to provide at over half of that 11 terawatt capacity in order to stay on a 1.5 C pathway. Right now, we're at 2 terawatts. We just made the 2 terawatt milestone, but we're growing really, really fast. So it took us 68 years to hit the 1 terawatt milestone. It took us 2 years to double that and hit the 2 terawatt milestone. By 2030, we're going to be installing at least 1 terawatt of solar per year. And we do have the capacity for that already as an industry. We already have 1 terawatt of manufacturing capacity in the world. So it's possible. It's really possible to do it. We know that solar can deliver as the industry to meet this goal. What we need now and why we're here at COP is to now put in place the enablers that we need to be able to install solar in more places, especially in emerging and developing markets, at affordably. We need to make sure that we're putting in place the right other auxiliary infrastructure needed to bring those clean energy electrons to people everywhere, reliably and with resilience. So that's why we're also supporting this year at COP29 the Storage and Grids Pledge, because that's absolutely essential if we want to expand solar. We can't be installing more solar without the grids and without the storage. Otherwise, there's not really a point, because we'll just be producing energy with nowhere to go, and it's not reaching the consumers that we need to reach. So the storage pledge, and what we're negotiating right now, is to have 1.5 terawatts of storage capacity by 2030, as well as 25 million kilometers of grid infrastructure by 2030. And that's absolutely essential to support the tripling goal established in Dubai last year and to support the expansion of solar. So to summarize, solar is the keystone technology that we need. And so we need to put in place these enablers that are going to allow solar to grow even faster, because we know we can as an industry.
Excellent. That's quite very ambitious of us. If we're looking at adding 1.5 terawatts of storage capacity of solar, then that's quite a huge one by 2030. So we know that technological advancements have played a key role in ensuring that we're getting to where we are, and will also continue to play for us to be able to achieve this set of targets. So when we look at the Global Solar Council and the role that your platform plays, how do we see this council fostering more innovation in this industry?
Well, there's a couple ways that we do that as a Global Solar Council. One, we're a global community representing the entire solar value chain across the world. So we're bringing people together, we're facilitating knowledge exchanges, and this is really critical to ensure that there is that innovation, and where, maybe, for example, in India, there's some really innovative agri-PV projects going on, and we know that in other countries, they would really benefit from that. And I was just talking last night to the minister from Trinidad and Tobago, and they're like, we're really interested in doing agri-PV, but we have no idea how. And that's the role that we play at the Global Solar Council, is connecting these people together to make sure that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We know what works, we know what's out there. So it's just sharing that knowledge across borders and across different industry as well. And then the other key thing that's really, really, really critical to foster innovation, and that's competition. We need competition. So we at Global Solar Council are advocates for free, open, and transparent trade. And this is going to allow for more competition, foster more innovation, and also bring down costs. That's just having competition is a key way to have economies of scale and bring down that cost. So that's something that we're working with different stakeholders from across the world. And, because we know as a market, solar industry just makes economic sense. Solar energy is market by itself. What kind of gets in the way of that sometimes is the politics, which is fair. That's any industry will face that. So we know that we can do it. So we need to make sure that if with that kind of free, open, transparent trade, we're creating a sustainable industry, not just in terms of, environmental and social impact, but also in terms of financial sustainability, which is really, really critical for the success of the energy transition. For example, I used to work in offshore wind, and I don't know if people are following what's going on in the offshore wind industry right now, but most of the OEMs are filing for bankruptcy. billion-dollar losses because there was this sort of consolidation, high tariffs put on different turbines coming from different countries. And this has really kind of crippled the industry's ability to deliver affordable and on time for projects. So it's delaying projects, it's making things more expensive. And that's something we don't want to see happen in solar. So we're making sure we're taking a proactive approach to foster that innovation.
Thank you, Elisa. And I'm really delighted that you mentioned the discussion you had with the minister from, Trinidad, Grenada, talking about cross-border sharing of knowledge and everything. And from a lot of the sessions we've had, from going from grid integration to financing, technological sharing, solar manufacturing, capacity building, there's been a general call on international collaboration, and this is across countries, across industries. So when we look at international cooperation, everyone wants that. We want regional harmonization. We want cross-border sharing of technology, of information. We want the solar manufacturing to be across board and, bring down the cost of solar. But how can we improve this international cooperation? Because this is definitely, at the end of the day, is going to create the more supportive environment for solar. So how can we improve on international collaboration?
Well, that's what we're trying to do at the Global Solar Council. That's our role, is to bring the industry together and to also bring other renewable or supporting industries together. So we're part of an initiative called the Global Renewables Alliance, which is an alliance of all the major representatives of renewable energy technology like wind, hydro, geothermal, and long duration energy storage. And so we're working with all of these because we have to really think of the energy transition not just as one technology. It's very much an ecosystem of technologies. And so we have to think more holistically in the big picture. Solar is great, but doesn't necessarily work everywhere. Or, sometimes if you want 24/7 energy, we need to collaborate also with the wind industry and have these hybrid projects and the storage industry to make sure that we're integrating storage and other optimization. So we're getting more, bang for your buck for each, megawatt of solar installed. So that's what we're doing at the global level. And we're also bringing people together, across sectors as well to tackle some of these big issues. Here in COP29 in Baku, it's billed the finance COP, and that's, and money, makes the world go round. So it's really important to have the finance to move forward the energy transition, especially for emerging and developing economies. And so yesterday we just launched the International Solar Finance Group, where we brought together people from the solar industry, from multilateral development banks, from private equity firms, and also climate finance, because we know there's the money. That's the thing. And we know what works to get the money into projects, and we know what doesn't. It's not really a secret, right? So it's just about kind of bringing everyone together and making sure everyone knows what's going on, because there's a lot of duplication of efforts, right? And I think that you see that everyone is starting this new initiative or, everything happening. And I've seen so many very similar studies get funded in like the same markets doing the same thing. So we're trying to bring everyone together to make sure that we're working more efficiently to tackle some of these big issues, and also setting some global standards. And global standards are really going to be critical to be able to move even faster in the solar revolution and the wider energy transition. So, for example, we need to develop more solar skills. And right now we are seeing like EPCs, inverter companies, manufacturers, all having to develop their own training programs. And that's not transferring from, one company to another or one market to another. And it's duplicating efforts, and it's expensive for these companies to have to run, which is unnecessary. So that's why we're working on a global standard for solar technicians and their training, to make sure that, if you go and you learn how to install and operate and maintain a solar utility scale solar installation at like a training facility that has the global standard, you're going to be able to work anywhere on any project essentially. And that's going to help make it a lot more efficient, because there is a growing skills gap. And that's, something that needs to be filled. We're saying let's install more, but we just don't have the solar technicians yet to install more. And that could be a big bottleneck going forward. So bringing, the community together, setting these global standards, getting the right people around the table. And I mean, the key thing is, and I think a lot of people get disillusioned at COP because it's just talk, but we're trying to put in those actual solutions and, and putting people like, MDBs, they have a lot of money, but like, where are you putting that money? And working with them and forming this kind of private public collaboration to inform, like, governments and financiers, this is what we're doing as an industry. This is what we need to be able to move faster. So how can we work together to do that?
Excellent. Thank you, Elisa. I definitely agree with you. There's this growing skills gap in the solar energy industry. And that's part of what ISA is actually also working on. The STAR-C centers, the solar technology resource centers that we set up in almost all the countries. We had identified this as well when we discussed with countries about scaling up their solar innovation and their solar mix. It becomes imperative that the technicians, the installers, the whole informal sector that is going to work on that are also trained to adequately work on this. So it's actually a very good, initiative. I will move over to my next question, which isn't all finance, but somehow finance related. So with millions of people still living in the underserved, unelectrified part of the world, we see a widening social equality gap. And for us, solar isn't just about finance. It's not just about industrialization. It's also about bridging this economic gap, bridging the social inequality that exists. And how do you think that solar can actually be harnessed more effectively in advancing the social equality, especially in providing energy access where there is none or where there is still less reliable electricity sources?
Yeah, and I know, as I mentioned at the beginning, that's why solar is so scalable, and solar is really the only energy source out there that's, for the people, right? Anyone can have solar. You can put it on your rooftop. You can have solar lights in cities. And so that's why it's such an interesting technology to be able to give to the people and help bridge this gap. Electricity access is so critical for economic development. You need to have energy access in order to run proper businesses or industry, or even, kids need to study at night after school. And if they don't have a light, they're not able to move forward in their education. So not having electricity access is a huge hurdle to economic development. And that's where solar can come into play, especially small scale solutions for now, in rural communities or, areas where there's maybe not the best grid infrastructure. You can put in, distributed mini grids, for example, or solar home systems, which help give electricity access now, because upgrading grid infrastructure or putting in storage and kind of a wider ecosystem is really expensive. And sometimes there's not always the capital or money to be able to fund that. But that's why you can, start with a mini grid. You can start with a solar home system to give electricity access now, to start boosting and catalyzing economic development, and eventually be able to put in place a more kind of comprehensive and resilient energy system.
I definitely agree there. There is the need. We can start small and then eventually grow into moving all of us to renewable energy. My last question will be on, we all understand the growing demand for solar. We understand the growing demand to move to renewable energy sources, but this seems to be more on the international organizations calling for it. We have the Conference of Parties here and we're discussing this, but we need to have this given to the grassroots level as well. So what role do you think that grassroots movements and NGOs can play in advancing global solar solutions generally?
Such a great question, because it's, I think, an element we often forget about the energy transition is this grassroots level. And I think there's two things. I think one, there's still a lot of misconception about solar and about renewable energy in general. There's maybe still a lot of trust to build in communities. People maybe don't think it's the most reliable energy, or, you know, I come from Canada, from a very kind of rural oil and gas part of the country. And when people find out I work in renewable energy, they're like, do solar panels work actually? Do they actually give you energy? I need energy all the time, so I don't want to install solar. Or like, do those turbines actually work? Those windmill things? I'm like, yes, they're trillion-dollar industries. They wouldn't be a trillion-dollar industry unless they worked. So I still think we need to do a lot of kind of capacity building and knowledge sharing as an industry and community engagement to be able to kind of bust these myths that exist about solar, which is going to be really critical. And then I think, you know, with the grassroots movements and NGOs, solar really kind of fits into these the MOs of a lot of these grassroots movements a lot, you know, when you think about a just transition. And I think they can play an even bigger role. And I think we need to kind of, as an industry, reach across that, because we kind of get stuck in our own little echo. And I think we need to really engage with the communities, because these are the people, the consumers that are going to be benefiting from solar. So it's really need to be really clear that, you know, these are the benefits, this is how solar works, and, you know, this is what you need to be able to install it. And I think once we do that and get the kind of grassroots movements and the NGOs on board, truly will be unstoppable.
I agree. We will definitely be unstoppable in this sustained action. I will move over to the audience and see if we have any questions from the audience. Does anyone have any question?
Thank you very much. I am Michael from Zambia. Due to the effects of climate change, Zambia suffered the worst drought. And the Kariba Dam has been the main hydro power station for the nation. And needless to mention that we are going through a period which we call load shedding, where we have 21 hours without power. And what has been happening is that there has been a great movement towards solar. But the quality of the solar panels that are coming into the country and people realizing the deficit that is there has created a kind of situation where it's very difficult to differentiate what is genuine and what is original. My question is, what is ISA doing to help those nations? I can see the flag of my country there. What is ISA doing in terms of quality control on the types of solar panels, the lithium batteries that are coming, that there is quality, and that the grassroots, I come from the grassroots, that the same grassroots I'm talking about cannot have money, then they are duped on something that is fake. It only works for a few days, then it's off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very good question. And this is also something that we face in a lot of the countries that we work with. There is the adulteration of the technology, bringing in very substandard panels as well. So ISA is working with most of the countries in developing standards for testing of solar panels and solar equipment being imported into the countries. Nonetheless, that will still be left for implementation by the various national governments. What we can do is support with the development of the standards and showing how the testing can actually happen. But at the end, we encourage and support the governments to actually implement those standards. That's one of them. Secondly, we're also developing the STAR-C Center. STAR-C is the Solar Technology and Application Resource Centers. In this, we're having the testing equipment also installed in almost all the STAR-C centers, so that when panels and other components are imported into the country, there is the center that we trust enough that this can be tested to be sure that it's up to the standard of what needs to be in that country. So with this, we hope that the implementation will come to the stage that we're not able to still continue facing the substandard goods being sent to various countries. That being said, we'll still rely on the government to implement this as well while we move on. But hopefully, with the SARC centers being set up in almost all the countries, member states of the ISA, we should have less of the substandard goods coming in.
And just to add on to that, Oni, we at the Global Solar Council, we represent the private sector. So, you're working to develop standards with the government, and we're doing the same thing for the private sector and the solar industry. So we're partnered on the Solar Stewardship Initiative, which is a global standard to ensure ESG compliance and for quality assurance as well. And now we have most of the major manufacturers part of this initiative. And as this initiative, we're working really closely with them to make sure that the solar panels are ESG compliant, they are of highest quality, and then also working with the as I mentioned, the skills and the training centers to make sure that these are installed at the highest quality to ensure the best and most optimized installation. We have a kind of no other, I don't think energy sector has this, but we, like the kind of solar cowboys, who just buy a solar panel and install it on the roof. And of course, that's not going to be a high quality, but it's a big risk for the industry because that's a reputational risk for us. Even though they don't have the standard, they were not trained properly or are not certified to install these panels. So it's really, really important to adhere and recognize to these global standards. And then you're going to assure that you have the highest quality solar. It's going to be reliable energy, and then people have trust in the industry as well.
Does that answer your question? Excellent. Do we have any other question from anyone else?
Thank you for the talk. I'm Payman. I'm actually lived in 3 countries in the last 5 years, Singapore, Australia, and Iran. And I see a very big difference in the adoption, of the solar or renewable energy. Like in Australia, installing the solar panel is the making a decision of that is as simple as drinking a water. So everyone is familiar with that. It's very easy. It's the government supported, calculation works. And it's I can say comparably, the country and the people are as rich as the Singapore. When I was in Singapore, it was not the case. Everyone living in an apartment, so installing the solar in the B2C manner was not even a question. It's not doable. And when I was in Iran, before that, it was people thinking about it, but the government wasn't having a regulation and enough support to let the people to do that. So then listening to you guys, what it came to my mind is, isn't it better to focus more on the B2B matter for the countries that the B2C is not really efficient, or it's even hard to do installation, maintenance, everything else, or even focus more on a in-place consumption on a major, users like factories, rather than focusing that much on the B2C, because what I see is too much of the focus on B2C everywhere, and it's not working actually. How do you see that?
Yeah, I can take this one. I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes down to regulation and policy. These are the key enablers that are going to de-risk investment, that are going to make it quicker and easier to install solar. And as I mentioned, make sure that's highest quality. So we see in a lot of countries, Australia is a great example. And they've done the success of the Australia, especially in the rooftop solar market, has all come down to policies and regulations. So there's major tax incentives for consumers who want to install. They've done loads of community engagement to educate people about solar and to show why, it makes economic sense, and I think that argument is really, really key when you're talking to consumers. And so that's led to, I think there's now 4 million solar homes in Australia, and that would not have been possible without that regulation, without the tax incentives and the policies put in place. In other countries, you see, for example, if you want to install a solar home system, it might take 3-4 years to get the permitting to connect it to the grid. So it's not going to be, it's kind of be an isolated system. If you don't have sun, you're not going to get energy and you're not able to kind of get more energy from the grid. And that's a huge deterrent as well. So if you have kind of mandatory or max deadlines in place for solving these permitting issues, making it less kind of admin heavy or burdensome on people, both like the individual consumers, but also businesses. So, if there's a huge admin process to it, it's a deterrent, it's a hurdle, it's a massive hurdle. You have to do piles of paperwork just to get a permit. And even then you don't get it for another 2-3 years. It makes it really hard. And then, from businesses, like the CNI sector, we're seeing more and more, especially energy intensive industries like data centers, for example, wanting to move to solar simply because they can know that they're going to save money long term on their energy bills, and they have ESG targets or goals to make as well as a company. But even then, it can be really difficult if there's not the proper, like power purchase agreement in place, if you don't have like the right permitting as well. So at the end of the day, if we want to, install more solar, it's good regulation, it's good policy, and it's community engagement and capacity building at the local level.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't add anything to that, but yeah, regulatory inefficiencies play a huge role in deterring solar integration. And that's part of what the ISA is also supporting the countries to do, streamlining their regulations, helping them harmonize them. For some countries, we're helping them digitalize as well, so that it's easier to sit down and make your applications. You don't have to be traveling to that particular town to do that. So it's part of helping the whole environment be more supportive. And we are hoping that very soon with Iran and Singapore, we can also do that. Do we have any further questions? Okay, we're almost out of time. So Alisa, I'll just ask you, do you have any last words to say before we wrap up the session?
Ooh, last words. I think, solar can deliver jobs, economic opportunity, energy security, access, resilience. We can deliver the 1.5C pathway, but now we need governments and we need world leaders and financial institutions, MDBs, to deliver change. And that means putting in place the right policies. That means updating the NDCs to be more ambitious, to allow at a country level to install and create long-term plans for the integration of more solar and other renewable energy. So we know we can do it as an industry, but we need those enablers in place. So that's my message, I think, to everyone here at COP29.
Thank you so much, Alisa. And thank you everyone for joining us. It's been amazing chatting with Alisa. She's the strategy director of the Global Solar Council. Thank you, Alisa, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ani.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this afternoon session. So we'll just give a couple of minutes for our panelists to settle down. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us again for this session on enabling solar investments in Africa. My name is Oni Izaba, and I'm the session lead for the session. I will invite my colleague, Pragya Gupta, who is the resource management specialist, to give the context to the session that we'll be having today. Pragya, please.
Thank you, Oni. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's very interesting session on enabling solar investments in Africa. We have a stellar panel today, and let me thank you for taking our time to be a part of this session today. This session aims to discuss and bring forth innovative financing models to promote resources for solar financing in Africa. Talking about some quants, Africa currently attracts around 3% of global spending on energy. It is estimated to meet Africa's growing demand. About USD 250 billion worth of investments are required by 2030. But how do we do that? This session aims to answer just this. But before we answer this, let me tell you a little about ISA's engagement with the African states. We're currently working with 45 nations out of the 54 in this region. Through various stakeholder consultations with investors, philanthropies, and donors alike, we felt that having monies is not a problem. The problem is the perceived risk of getting the monies back. And hence, if the panel may permit, let me tell you about ISA's new initiative, which is the Global Solar Facility, comprising of 3 funds: the Solar Payment Guarantee Fund, the Insurance Fund, and the Investment Fund, to pool in resources for mobilizing resources in Africa. We're really thankful for the panel. We have the MEGA and the AFDB group, which will talk about the solar facility later on today. And on the other side, as ISA, we've created a bankable pipeline of new and innovative solar technologies through the SolarX program. And now, as you can see, I want you all to turn to your right and see the 20 SolarX innovators from the African region, wherein we are creating a pipeline bankable projects of solar on the ground. We've got the Business Mauritius group today and the GOGLA, and of course, we are engaging with them, and thank you for being on the panel today. So here we are, and let's engage in the whys, the whats, and hows of financing. Why is investment required in Africa? What are the tools for scaling up investments moving forward? And how do we actually flow these investments on ground? Hoping to have a very engaging conversation today, and I'm encouraging all of you to ask questions to the panelists, because as Shakira says, it's time for Africa. Oni, over to you.
Thank you very much, Pragya. So we have our panelists all seated. I'll just give a brief profile of all the panelists seated in front of you so we understand who they are and what they're all going to be discussing. First, we have Mr. Marcus Williams. Mr. Marcus is the Chief of Staff for the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. The World Bank's Group Guarantees platform is housed in MEGA and serves as a one-stop shop for all World Bank guarantee business, providing optimal guarantee solutions for clients to meet project needs and development priorities. As Chief of Staff, Marcus works closely with the agency's Executive Vice President, assuring execution of MEGA's strategic objectives, supporting the overall scaling up agenda, and ensuring that the ongoing unification of World Bank guarantee instruments is successfully implemented. We're delighted to have you, sir. Thank you. We have Dr. Majid Mahmood. He is the Acting Executive Director, Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. He's a renowned expert in sustainable energy with nearly 30 years of experience. He has played a pivotal role in shaping energy strategies, mobilizing funds, and fostering regional cooperation on sustainable energy. He has contributed to over 80 projects, initiatives, and studies including developing sustainable agenda master plans and implementing mechanisms to enhance private sector participation. He has made significant contributions to the advancement of sustainable energy initiatives endorsed by the Arab Ministerial Council of Electricity. It's my pleasure to also introduce Dr. Daniel Alexander Scroth. He is the Director for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency at the African Development Bank. In this capacity, he oversees the bank's leading and non-leading activities in the renewable energy, energy efficiency, and clean cooking space. He is also responsible for the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, the bank's largest blended finance facility, and the Desert to Power initiative. He was previously the coordinator of the Sustainable Energy for All Africa Hub, hosted by the AFDB in partnership with the AU, NEPAD, and UNDP. He has extensive experience in energy policy and renewable energy. Next, it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Patrick Tonui. Mr. Patrick is the head of policy and regional strategy for Gogla, the voice of the off-grid solar energy industry. In this role, he leads Gogla's work to engage with governments, development agencies, and other stakeholders, growing and strengthening the market for clean quality off-grid lighting and electrical systems by ensuring an enabling environment across off-grid markets. I'm happy to introduce Ms. Amadine de Rosnay. She is the head of sustainability and inclusive growth business Mauritius, where she drives impactful initiatives for sustainable business practices in Mauritius. She plays a key role in advancing sustainability-driven policies by partnering with government agencies to support regulatory frameworks, promoting a sustainable and inclusive growth. Next, I would like to invite the moderator for the session, who is Ms. Kantu Hachongo. Ms. Kantu is an associate partner in assurance at EY Zambia and leads the environmental social governance group and sustainability services. She co-authored the inaugural 2022 and 2023 EY Zambia Sustainability Report, conducting a comprehensive analysis of ESG reporting practices among listed companies in Zambia. She also manages the quality and risk management processes at EY in compliance with the International Standard on Quality Management. Thank you all so much to our panelists for being here. I'll hand it now over to the moderator to take this discussion forward. Thank you.
For that elaborate introduction of my panel members, I'm delighted and honored to be speaking with you. And I'm hoping that the conversation today will yield some results that we're all looking for here at COP. So COP29 has been dubbed Finance COP, and everybody here, whether it be countries, banks, large corporates, are looking for money. Looking for money to mitigate and adapt effects of climate change. And I'm hoping that today's discussion is going to unpack some of those things that everybody in here is interested in. So my first question is to Mahid. Innovative financing mechanisms, right? So could you just talk to us about what you think public and private sector actors need to collaborate to scale up blended finance facilities for large-scale renewable energy projects?
First of all, thank you for the kind invitation to this session. And we have been discussing a lot the issues of finance that you have highlighted now. It's a pleasure being with this elite group of experts. I'm coming from the other side, the technical side, and the policy from the governments. So I would say what we look at for this issue. I think the public-private partnerships, I would say, that we need to create here should focus on 4 aspects. The first is creating the enabling, I would say, policy and regulatory framework. And in fact, this is an important foundation for the action within any country. And when we look into the components of the regulatory framework in many countries, we'll find somehow that we are not seeing this conducive environment for investment as declared by the politician translated into the legal framework. And I mean regulatory framework and legal framework, both of them. And meaning that in many cases, when you look into the relation between the investor and the utility, the off-taker, you'll find some issues in this relation. And what governs this is responsibility of several actors. So we need to see also as a complementary part to the policies adapted to the regulatory framework that, for example, allow for competitive bids or allow for feed-in tariff or allows for net metering for small scale or self-consumption. These are the things that are allowed by the regulatory framework typically in our countries. But together with this, you need to see some sort of, I would say, clear implementation modalities on the ground, meaning that it is not just putting the regulations, but translating this into clear actions, processes, etc. And here you can look into the weakness of what is needed is to support from the government, let's say. They need to create the ecosystem, the framework, the legal regulatory, but also they need to enhance the implementation capacity of the national institutions. And the enhancement of the institutional capacity of the national institutions mean that they work on issues that of relevance to the private sector. For example, zoning exercise, resource assessment, allocation of land to the project, making infrastructure readiness, the grid connections, etc., the nearest point of coupling for projects to connect, allowing bidirectional flow in the grid when it comes to small scale application, when we have net metering or self-consumption, prosumer concept, I mean. So this is on the outset of the subject. I think the critical part in this is understanding the responsibilities of each of the actor and where is the risk allocated, who should bear this risk. And if you look into the analysis of different risks from the perspective, at least we have done this for the Arab North African region, you'll find that from the perspective of the investor, there are some priorities on the risks related to the finance. For example, the stability of the foreign currency, or the stability of the currency, the foreign exchange rate, and whether the contract is in foreign currency or local currency. They prefer, of course, the being in dollar or euro. This is one thing. Other thing, the ability to transfer money in and out from the country. This is also another concern. What will happen in case of there is a dispute, the arbitration, where this would fall in. You can find this. All these are details that are getting high priority from the investors. And when we speak about finance, typically all the bankers around us saying that the finance is there. Just bring us bankable projects. But the term of bankability is difficult. And we understand how difficult it is. And when you look, for example, into the opportunities available for climate finance, you'll find that Africa is receiving only 3%. And by the way, MENA, if you get the western part of Asia and the North African countries, is also receiving 3%. So we are, in fact, not till now, we are not successful in attracting, in getting into or benefiting from the climate finance in reality. This is the real case. And why? Because there are few accredited institutions that can apply for this finance. So we need to enhance the implementation capacities again of our national institutions, national banks, etc., to be able to get into this domain, to be able to be accredited for finance. This is one side of the equation. The other side is establishing joint funds and joint financial instruments, sustainable energy investment funds, blended finance from the private sector and public sector, and getting in the project together. And we can see that the PPA itself, when some of the risks, for example, the collection from the utility, when we are selling the electricity to the utility, when we have this, if the signing contract, the signing partner is somehow affiliated to the government. For example, in Africa, we have the example of Mazen in Morocco. Mazen takes partnership with the investors, and then they sign on behalf of the consortium the agreement, and they have share also in the project, which means that they are taking part of the risk on behalf of the investor, which relieve them from a lot of burden, I would say, because of the ability to. The other part, the guarantees, and Mega will speak about the guarantees. But for a small scale application, we need to think in a different way also, because typically if we're approaching farmers, if we're approaching marginalized segments of the community, they do not have collateral to apply. So we need to think about a different modality. And here, new innovative concepts like aggregation, that we have one bank deals with a group, a cooperative, farmers groups, etc. This would help. Also designing the financial system itself. For example, our experience in some Arab countries, that we have made how they repay the loan matching with the agriculture cycle, not monthly or quarterly, but matching when they earn from selling their crops, then they pay for the loan. These are tailored solutions for the community somehow. And again, there is a need that there is some flexibility in the banking side to include this in their risk assessment matrix, to make sure that they are able to absorb this opportunity that they are not really seeing. The last point, that we don't need to look into the regulator from the electricity side. We have other regulators that can be engaged with us. For example, if we're aspiring large-scale green hydrogen projects, we need to have the collaboration between the regulator of gas and the regulator of electricity. And if we are aspiring, getting, for example, carbon markets, getting finance from carbon markets, we need the financial regulators to be active also with us, and so on. So this sort of intervention, multi-stakeholder platforms are necessary. Of course, other aspects related to availability of knowledge products, availability of platforms for discussion, having open dialogues among different, these are all elements that would scale up the concept of blended finance in the region. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you so much. So you've spoken about two important elements that I think I'm going to pivot to Patrick. But before I do that, I would like to introduce a member of the panel. Her name is Lanri Sasso. She's a senior advisor for Africa at Sustainable Energy for All. In this role, she provides senior level coverage for programs in West and East Africa on energy transition planning and green growth. Prior to this, she was the Special Assistant Planning and Coordination in the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. And in this role, she facilitated priority policy issues covering a range of areas, including agriculture, energy transition, and technology. She's a qualified legal practitioner in Nigeria and in England, and welcome to the panel. Right, so I'll pivot to Patrick. Majid talked about the issue of policy. Policies in jurisdictions could be different. Some of them could be enabling and some of them could not. So my question is, how do you think stable and transparent policy and regulatory environments incentivize green energy investments? Okay, and what lessons can be learned from countries with progressive regulatory frameworks that successfully attract sustainable energy financing? And could you give us some practical examples, please?
Thank you very much for the question. And thank you also for including GOGLA and particularly the voice of the private sector in this. I want to contextualize that GOGLA is the Off-Grid Renewable Energy Industry Association. We have about 200 members who have to date provided energy access to over 500 million people across the globe in terms of energy access. And I think, let's be candid, I think Dr. Majid has mentioned 3% of investments in clean energy coming to Africa, a similar percentage to the MENA region. And let's be honest, that's not working. We are not seeing the level of investment that we need today. Last year, 2023, particularly for our sector, our records are showing about 400 million in investment. The year before, the highlight was about 700 million, of which that majority of it for our sector is going to about 7-8 companies. This is not an ecosystem or scalable, or it's not going to drive us to where we need. And I also want to pivot and really highlight that I think today you're asking a key question. For investment requires comfort for all the investors and all the participants, the business owner, the investor, the partners that are working, the financial institutions. And in most cases, they are not working. What do I mean they're not working? One, we are not seeing that level of investment. We are not yet seeing local capital coming into this in all the markets. We are not yet seeing, particularly in carbon markets, for our sector, you'll find that we are seeing important initiatives to create the markets, the regulations coming in, but what it needs to be able to identify what is a carbon credit, who will be actually be able to accredit it, who's going to buy it. We'll find, for example, when you try and get buyers, if you're in the US, in California, the credit you have may be accredited in Japan or in the Middle East, but you can't sell it there. So you have so many issues, and even for the companies to know this is how I accredit it, and if I accredit it, what's the level of taxation that the governments are coming in to take. So today, in my view, we are at the very beginning, but it's not yet. And without that, this is why we are not yet seeing the investment that we need. And lastly, I want to touch this. For our space, we need, when you look at the type of investment that we need and looking at the customer, we need public money. What's the role of public money? Public money will open up the markets and will help to drive down the overall cost of money. We need development or this climate finance that helps to also reduce the cost, because as been highlighted in other places, in energy and energy services have always been subsidized across the globe. I think I heard Damilola yesterday talk about, I think only Japan is the only country that's not subsidized energy even today. Every other country, no matter where is subsidized. And so I think we don't have the markets that we need today. That's why we need about 3.6 billion to our sector. I know the mini grid sector needs over 90 billion in investment, but today what's coming in is nowhere needed.
Thank you for that, Patrick. Marcus, I'll pivot to you and perhaps we talk about risk mitigation and de-risking green energy investments. So what do you think are the most significant risks deterring green energy investments on the continent as a whole, as well as project-specific risks? And how do you think these ones could be effectively mitigated?
Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me to the panel and to the ISA team as well. So I think there's a myriad of risks. And I think there are, so is this okay? Or is it me? It's working. Okay. There's a whole host of risks, and there are the sort of traditional risks that I think we all think of when we're thinking of project finance, which is probably what your question is really about, and I'll come to that in a second. But I think there are a lot of sort of more subtle risks that that sort of get overlooked. And I think if you take it from the point of view of an investor, and as you said, 3%, it's a woefully small number, and probably the whole 100% is not enough anyway. But the 3% is definitely not enough. Those investors are sitting there, and the ones that they have a lot of options about where they want to go to, which, including their own countries, and then within Africa, if there's an intra-African investment, which country they would like to head towards. And I think one of the things that is really a concern for any investor is just the operating environment they're going to. We sort of, I think Patrick and Dr. Majid have both sort of touched on this already, but when you don't know, if you're embarking on developing a project, you don't know how long it's going to take. Is it going to take me 12 months? Is it going to take me 18 months? Is it going to take me 3 years? Just that uncertainty alone is enough to give you a huge pause. And that's a big risk that people come into an where
just hold it from here and not down.
Hold
We
it
just
from here?
yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Should you? Yeah, okay. Bring your hands up. Yes, okay. Thank you. Takes a village. No, so just that is a huge risk. I think the uncertainty of the operating environment that people go into, and I think, we're very often sort of, well, when with MEGA, we're providing guarantees on investment that's going into these projects. So we're sort of sitting in the middle between, on the one hand, the country and the government, the utility, and on the other hand, the investor. And so we can sort of sit and watch what's sort of going through the investor's mind as they're contemplating making their decision to go in and irrevocably commit. So that's a huge effort just right then and there. Is there the political will? is the, what kind of a uptake am I going to get from my counterparties? I think when you then look at the more traditional risks that any project developer is looking at, and I think actually we've touched on a lot of them, there's the whole question of, one of them clearly is foreign exchange risk. If you're bringing your investment in dollars, you're earning your revenue in local currency, and then you have to exchange it, you're worried about, what is the exchange rate going to do in the interim? And that's a real risk, and that's a very hard risk to hedge. I mean, it can be hedged, but it's very expensive to hedge, and it's not easy to do it on a small scale. But that's a risk. So that, in a way, points to the macroeconomic condition in the country. Is it a stable country where you feel like there's a certain amount of volatility that you can probably accept? Or is it you're going into a country where it could potentially go off a cliff? I think there are risks. I think the risks also very much depend on the kind of project. I think if you're looking at an IPP that's going to be building a project that is going to be plugging into the grid, selling to the utility, you have one set of risks. You have risks around the contract. You have risks about the ability of the state to be able to transmit that power, to be able to then collect their revenues and then send them back down the chain to you as the power provider. If you're looking at mini grids, there's a whole different set of risks. You run the risk of the grid coming in and encroaching on your, you've been allocated an area where you're allowed to go in and operate a mini grid. The risk of grid encroachment coming in is certainly a big risk. There's also the risk that, you may think you have a license to connect, say, the first 30,000 households, but at some point, somebody else gets offered a license as well. And in a way, competition is good, but if you are entering into sort of a new market and a new territory, you need to have a sense of, I need time to get going. And then I think there are other risks too. I mean, I think there's pricing risk. I think that, and going to the point you made about subsidy, you're absolutely right. Broadly speaking, if you think that utilities are probably selling power at somewhere around maybe 10 cents a kilowatt hour, I don't know, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think if you're operating a diesel generator, you're probably paying somewhere like maybe 80 cents a kilowatt hour. And a mini grid is probably coming in at around 35, 40 cents an hour. So it is more expensive than the grid, but it is less expensive than probably what many households and small businesses are actually using in these situations. But there is a risk about, can that, that's still quite a high risk. So there's quite a high price. So there's a risk of being able to, at some point your consumers are going to say, we're not comparing you anymore to the diesel gensets, we're comparing you to the grid, and we see you as being 3 times more expensive, and that's a problem. So balancing all of that is a big issue.
Thank you so much for that, Marcus. Something to think about. I'm going to pivot to Dr. Daniel. So my question for you, Dr. Daniel, is what role do you think multilateral development banks and international financial institutions play in de-risking green investments through mechanisms such as guarantees and concessional financing?
Right. No, thank you very much for having me here in the ISA Pavilion. I think a lot has been said in terms of the risks already. And I think just one figure specifically in 2023 was just looking at the IRENA statistics about new renewable energy generation capacity worldwide. It's actually less than 3%. It's 1.6% that went to Africa. And what's even more concerning from my perspective is that if you look at sort of the trajectory, it's rather than sort of closing the gap is widening. Of course, triggered to some extent by sort of laudable efforts happening in other parts of the world, Inflation Reduction Act, similar measures in the EU level. But where's sort of Africa in that equation, particularly if you look at the enormous potential that is there? So clearly we need to look at, the question of risk. And of course, for investors, it's sort of looking at it from a risk-return balance. So I think that the possibility, the perspective for returns is significant, but the risks are high. Yet that risk perception, I think we also need to distinguish between actual risks. We talked a lot about those actual risks that are there. But also what is sort of the perceived risk. And I think in Africa in particular, there's a significant premium that African countries are paying based on perceived risk that does not reflect the realities. My president is always quoting Moody Analytics that sort of has looked at infrastructure infrastructure defaults, not only energy, but infrastructure defaults over a period of 20 years. And actually, the number of infrastructure defaults in Africa, the percentage is lower than in all other regions of the world. So there's a clear mismatch that we need to address. Now, I think MDBs have a critical role to play in terms of addressing some of those risks that are there, so those market imperfections. I mean, the policy, legal, regulatory issues, we spoke about it. I think here also, to mention a concrete example, we're working at the moment actually with the World Bank Group on what I think is a transformative initiative called M300. Mission 300 to provide access to 300 million Africans by 2030. And one key kind of aspect of that is working with governments, with partners, with the private sector on national energy compacts that would also highlight sort of the clear kind of reforms that governments would undertake. For example, addressing sort of the situation of financially not viable utilities, sort of for them to be able to be credible off-takers, addressing kind of all the issues of incentives in terms of, you know, the off-grid market, what are kind of the tax systems, et cetera, that are in place. So there are a lot of kind of concrete policy measures that M300, the compacts, intend to address. And I think the MDBs have sort of that ability to bring around sort of all kind of key stakeholders on that. I think in terms of other aspects is we have the ability, of course, to mobilize resources from the market. We also have the possibility to mobilize concessional resources in terms of, you know, blended finance structures. To give you maybe two examples here. One is on the bank side, we have our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, our largest in-house blended finance facility, where we are able to, for example, blend our private sector loans with a concessional tranche, sort of to make them more bankable, to reduce the tariffs for the end customer. We've just approved recently funding from our side for the first Zambia solar IPP benefiting from the regional green co-aggregation model. That 8 million from SEFA helped sort of to make that project bankable. That's one example. I think other example is clearly the use of our guarantees. We have to step up the use of these guarantees, both partial risk guarantees, for example, to backstop the payment obligation of utilities, to mitigate the risk of non-payment. We have, just as an example, in the context of our Desert to Power initiative, we were able to mobilize a significant amount of resources from the Green Climate Fund. Part of that is in partial risk guarantees that would be sitting sort of alongside the bank's own PRG, and we'll be deploying that, for example, in relation to a solar PV plus storage project in Chad, sort of one of the countries with the lowest sort of energy access rates at the moment. So yes, I think the other kind of aspect is that MDBs obviously need to become more agile, to work more. I think there's a term MDBs to work as a system. So I think M300 is a good example of that, but there are other examples as well of how we can pool our instruments, how we can use and leverage our own balance sheet better. I think we had, as African Development Bank, in recent years, it's improved now, but we had some capital constraints. And I think that forced us to be sort of on the innovation front. So we're the first MDB to issue hybrid capital successfully earlier this year. We've championed with Inter-American Development Bank the channeling of SDRs, special drawing rights, sort of also to increase the firepower because we can leverage those resources. We've also done a lot of balance sheet optimization transactions. For example, our room to run, which is sort of freeing up risk capital that we use for sovereign projects that are, you know, that we have approved that are consuming part of our risk capital to deploy for more kind of climate-related projects in Africa. So I think as MDBs, we sort of need to use the capabilities that we have more effectively for the benefit of African countries. So those are some of the points I want to highlight.
Thank you so much for those words, Daniel. So my next question is, the financial instruments that have been designed, how do you think they may be structured to protect investor capital while also ensuring equitable outcomes for local communities?
Right. I mean, obviously, when we look at the question of balancing sort of the different interests. I think one aspect I've already highlighted, I think blended finance, which is kind of intended to sort of provide some credit enhancement or downside risk protection for the private sector, with, of course, the objective ultimately benefiting the communities at the end of the day. I think there are also possibilities for sort of revenue sharing agreements. There's a possibility to look into, can there be a participation, an equity participation of local communities, for example? Community engagement is central. However, that's not an easy thing to do. We had one concrete example in Kenya, I'm not mentioning the name of the project, but where it was actually a hydro project where we were supporting sort of a community sort of to play a lead role on that project. And while I think that's a very laudable sort of effort, we also sort of need to take into account that there are sort of some challenges related to these structures. So we need to look into sort of innovative ways of doing that. I think another aspect clearly is around local capacity building and sort of ensuring that there's a lot more kind of value creation in sort of the countries concerned. We've just yesterday launched an interesting report that we did on the potential for solar manufacturing in the 11 countries of the Sahel. Because obviously at the moment, pretty much all the products are being imported mainly from one country that we all know. But there is, of course, significant potential sort of to localizing that kind of value chain on the continent. So I think this is sort of one of the areas that we will also be looking at going forward.
Interesting. So my other question to you, Daniel, is around incentives. We are asking for private sector to get into the bandwagon to provide finance for green investments. So what kind of incentives do you think would be available to partnerships to be optimized to encourage both small scale and large scale renewable energy projects?
I mean, incentives, it needs to be a fair give and take between the private sector and the public sector, right? So we should also not be supporting kind of the attitude that all the risk, everything should be taken, by the public sector side. We need to have a level playing field between the two sides. And one of the things that we're, for example, doing through the African Legal Support Facility is sort of to create a bit this level playing field also in the negotiations around contracts with the private sector, so that the government sort of is actually able to sort of engage at the same level as the private sector stakeholder. Having said that, I think, of course, it makes sense for governments to look at what kind of type of incentives can be put in place. I think that should be done sort of on an open basis. Basically, if you organize structured tender, let's say for new solar generation capacity, sort of those incentives that are built into the tender structure, whether it's a scaling solar or similar types of models, are available to all those that kind of bid, and then you have sort of competition around the price, so that it's not kind of just benefiting one particular sort of private sector entity or actor. I think those are some of the examples that come to mind.
Right, brilliant. Thank you so much. I'll pivot to Amadine. Talking about financing models, such as blended finance or payment guarantee schemes. Could you just talk to us about what you think have been the most successful in attracting green investments in emerging markets?
Thank you. So I'm from Mauritius, which is a tiny, tiny island in the middle of nowhere. You can drive 70 kilometers up and about 45 kilometers wide. So we are really a microeconomy. So the picture for us is a little bit different to mainland Africa and my colleagues around the table. We have a diverse and active economy that has developed quite quickly since the 1980s. It started with sugar farming, but now we have tourism and financial services, manufacturing, etc. And all of that needs electricity. We do have a good, reliable grid. All of us are connected to a grid and we have reliable supply. However, we import about 85% of HFO for that grid. So we are dependent on imports, and we are therefore very vulnerable to external shocks. And our emission factor for our grid is pretty high at about 1 ton per CO2 per megawatt hour. So we need to change that, and we do have a policy and an ambition to change that. Our aim is to reach 60% of renewable energy by 2030. We're currently at about 20%. A lot of that is actually from our bagasse, which is a residue from sugar farming, and about 6%, I think. Sorry, I have it somewhere, from solar energy. And we essentially need to double the solar energy by 2030. We have, in terms of our facilities, we have a central electric the CEB, which is our distributor. It's the only distributor of electricity in Mauritius. They're the only one allowed to sell electricity. And so the private sector can produce renewable energy, but they have to sell to the CEB, and the CEB sets the price as well. So the CEB has a lot of work to do because they have their own grid to upgrade. They have to make their own investment in renewable energy. And the private sector is also expected to provide a lot of investment in solar energy. And currently, at the current contracts are for 20 years, and it's a feed-in tariff. So it's a flat rate for 20 years. And as you can imagine, since COVID-19, that's been quite difficult because of the inflation of the rupee. And so investing in solar power in Mauritius is currently, it doesn't quite make business sense because it's a return on investment of about 11 to 12 years. And for the Mauritian business culture, that's not very good. We look around 8 years. What has worked for us is that we've received, for the past 5 years, a blended finance from AFD, so Agence Française de Développement, and the European Union. It's an investment grant of 5% on mitigation projects, so 5% on solar energy that we get back for any solar project that goes through Sunref. And Sunref works with 3 banks. So if you are a client of one of the 3 banks, you can, and your solar power technology is up to date and follows a whole bunch of rules set by the EU and the AFD, then you get that investment grant back. And that's, I think without that grant, it would have been very difficult to develop the solar energy that we have developed in the country. It's been very necessary, and it's going to continue to be necessary in the next few years as we're supposed to double the uptake of solar energy. So we're thankful that we've had that, and we need that to continue coming. And the other thing we would need to develop our investment in energy in Mauritius is the innovation side of things. Because for the energy production, we do have we have good players around, and they've been there for a while. So, and we have some Mauritian players, but we also have French ones, big companies like Care Energy in France, Green Yellow, Equio, some South African ones, and they're well set, and they know their job, and they know what they're doing, and they have some international finance as well. But we need the innovation a supply chain of solar power to come. They can come and help us with a number of issues around recycling PV panels, recycling of EV batteries that could be used for hybrid models of solar power. And we need new players to come and come. So we are lucky enough that we have a good sort of startup environment. We have a few startup programs for the past 10 years that have developed, and we need to expose our people in Mauritius that are in our tiny island in the middle of nowhere to what's happening elsewhere on the African continent and on the other side to India as well, because it can be quite isolating to be from the ocean. So we're very happy that we're going to start a program with ICER, the Global Solar X Accelerator Program. Will probably most likely come to Mauritius next year for Business Mauritius. And we'll be very happy to invite the cohorts in Mauritius that the startups, they can share their experiences and their best practices to our community, and hopefully we can give back some things too. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus, I'll get back to you now. So how can national governments align their legal frameworks and policies to ensure predictable and stable return for private investors? We're looking for money from the private sector. So what frameworks do you think need to be put in place to ensure that?
So I think we've sort of touched on some of this already. I mean, I think that the frameworks that are needed, I mean, the most important thing about them is that they are clear. I think more than anything else, they need to be clear and unambiguous. And so that when, when investors are sitting there going to their investment committees and trying to get an approval to move forward with the project, one of the questions always asked is this concession that you've been granted, is this power purchase agreement that's been signed, is it legal? Is it going to stand up in court? Can it be contested? Is there any doubt about it? Is there any way that somebody could say that this can be challenged and then removed? Because that's the basis of the whole decision to move forward. There are lots of different aspects to this, and there's a lot of best practice out there, and there are a lot of organizations that are designed to support governments as they go through the process of both setting the laws and then also, giving out concessions and bringing in private sectors, running bidding processes and so on. I think that again, we've touched on all of these points. I think one of the most important things is, as I think Daniel said, about balance, trying to have balance both in terms of who's bearing the risk and who is getting the reward. I think it is, investors have a responsibility as well. I mean, they're there to provide power, but they also have shareholders, and sometimes they're publicly traded firms, and they have the public and, around the world who are their shareholders. They have a fiduciary responsibility to those people as well. So they need to get an appropriate return for their for the investment that they're putting in. And I think that a law that somehow doesn't recognize that, I mean, there's no question it should not be an inappropriate return, shouldn't be any gouging. But I think governments need to be open to the fact that a private company coming in, it should be a success to them. They should be pleased if they see that this business is able to pay a dividend out to its shareholders, whether they be foreign or domestic shareholders. So I think that's important. I think the process around the law is also really important. It needs to be a process where things, not only are it's very clear and transparent what needs to be done, but also that things are done quickly, that when licenses are being issued, that there's a licensing office and a permitting office, whether it's around the business itself, around the land that the business is using, the access to the transmission lines that the business is going to be depending on, that there are bodies in place that have the authority and the ability to move quickly and make those decisions quickly, so that when investors come forward, they're not waiting 9 months to get an answer from a ministry or from a regulator. So I think that's really, it's the spirit into which all of these things are done. I think in terms of the actual laws themselves, I think it's a little bit different for most countries. Every country has a slightly different method. But I think if those principles are being employed, then I think that will lead to good outcomes where you're attracting people to come in and view, for the government to view the private sector as being a partner as opposed to a competitor or somebody to keep an eye on.
I like that, and I totally agree with the issue of speed. I mean, if you are applying for a license, it shouldn't take you so many months for you to get your license approved.
Sorry, I just want to follow up very quickly and really support him on two things. One, I think it's important for particularly public sector to accept the businesses have to be viable. If you look particularly for the off-grid, whether it's mini grids or the solar home systems that are distributed, the markets that we are trying to, or we are being asked to serve are not even viable for the grid itself. So we are going into really tough markets, customers that really need support, and somehow the businesses have to be viable. So I think viability is something that the public sector has to accept. Then the second one that I would want to add is the stability. We are seeing in too many cases that the laws keep changing every year it keeps changing, and because of that instability, nobody really knows how to, when and where and how to invest. And the issue is both in the law itself, but also in the implementation. Sometimes the law doesn't change, but there's always that implementation. In too many places, you're playing cat and mouse games with particularly the revenue authorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've actually touched on what I wanted to ask you, but we'll see if there's any addition. I'll ask Lanre. So what role do you think legal and regulatory reforms play in fostering innovative capital structuring models for green energy investments?
Thanks so much. I think a number of speakers have addressed this to some extent, but so I'll respond with an example of a regulatory reform that could support this. I'm from Nigeria. SC4All works in a number of countries, but I'm from Nigeria, and I'd just like to share an example of something that we're working on that addresses innovative financing, but with support and cooperation from the regulator. So we have about 20 trillion Naira's worth of pension funds in Nigeria. That's equivalent to about $11 billion. At the moment, well, regulation has had to change. A lot of that goes into government bonds because there's a legacy of mistrust around pension funds. So it's taken us some years to build it up. So policy has had to change where the pension regulator has now allowed pension funds to invest in infrastructure. I think it's about 7%. It's equivalent to about $4 billion now. So there's an allowance to invest in infrastructure. Still, there is some reluctance from pension funds to invest in a number of infrastructure projects, in particular clean energy projects. So we've had to engage with pension funds. That's some of what we've done with InfraCredit, the credit guarantor that's also partially UK funded, as well as funded by the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Authority. So they've done a lot of work, and we support them in that, in engaging with pension funds to sort of open up or demystify clean energy projects to them, demonstrate that they are a viable energy or asset to invest in. And I think some work is going on there, and there's some progress where we see pension funds investing in clean energy projects. So the reform or the regulator did the initial work, and then we've had to, as a community, private sector, international organizations like ourselves, have had to come together as a community to release this source of funding that's local currency, by the way. And in time, we hope that this will then this will be a part of a capital stack that we can build with patient capital, with patient local currency capital, and then layer on all the other forms of capital and credit that can join it. So that's one example. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much to my panel. I'm going to open the floor for questions. So if anybody has got a question, a clarification, or something to add to the conversation, we can take your questions. But before I take any questions, I think I would like to say thank you so much to Daniel for having been part of the panel. I understand he needs to go for another engagement. Thank you so much for making time. So I'll take any questions from the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the panelists, and then thank you, my sister. I'm from Nigeria, and I work with women in the grassroots. So I am thinking, or maybe I didn't hear anything that is addressing the needs of the grassroots, especially the women, because investing in solar or renewable energy is something that everybody should be carried along, and no one should be left behind according to the Sustainable Development Goals. Truth be told that it is not easy for an average rural woman to install just one panel in her rooftop. And they are faced with several problems. First is that maybe this average rural woman has lived in her house for the past 20 years. The roofing sheets that she has can no longer even accept the solar panel. So we really need to look at infrastructural development in its whole entirety. If we want to empower women in renewable energy, the policymakers should draw up a holistic policy that captures from the beginning to when the average woman in my community will be able to engage, maybe enjoy it, and also do business on it for it to reach out to everybody. So how do we address this situation? I put it to everybody, and I'm putting it to my sister because you work in Nigerian policy space. What do you think can be done in this regard? Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. It's important that we put it front and center, just to say that this may not appear satisfactory, but to my mind, and the work that I do is really exactly for that purpose, to get to the point where in the last mile, people can acquire or have access to power or an energy that supports their livelihood, that supports productive use. So a lot of the things that we do at SE4All in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Kenya, in South Africa, is to support developers. One of the things that we have is a universal electrification facility where we support developers to secure, it's a subsidy really, so that when they provide power through the solar home systems or the units or the mini grids, that power is at a price that is A, affordable, and B, we support people who are using it for their business. So I don't know where you live in Nigeria. So I'm sorry, in Delta State. Okay. Yes, Delta. In Delta. Okay, so I'll give you an example. I know for a fact that there are some projects in Lagos and in Abuja, they're probably more in other parts of the country, where these developers are providing power to businesses or markets in Ikorodu, in Surulere, in Ikmori, in Abuja as well. There's a market there where a lot of the people, the business owners are women. They have stores where they're providing cold drinks to people. They're using machines for so many things, make popcorn and all kinds of things. And so that's an example of what is being done to support women. I know that these areas are not completely rural. A lot of them are peri-urban in places like Ikorodu. But the point is that we are able to support people who are using the energy for productive use. So we prioritize people who use it for their business, because that's really what's most important. Thanks. That's just one example. Thanks.
Thank you for this important point and I will take it from the wider perspective of why we are doing this. It is not only for energy access or improving the access, but to improve the livelihood of our citizens. And in fact, we have as Africans the right to live properly in a good life. And we have seen, and this is, I criticize myself here as somehow an official for 20 years and then in the diplomacy side for that other techniques. We have been always looking at the large scale, utility scale infrastructure projects, huge investor, attracting foreign direct investments, mobilizing large scale companies to work in our communities, and then asking them to do this as charity for CSR. Please help us in the CSR component in the project. No, it's not charity. It is our right. They are taking our natural resources and using it. So how, back to the women empowerment. In fact, I'll tell you my own experience in not African country, but neighbor country, Syria. And Syria is suffering for 10 years now from a war. And we have designed a program for rural areas. In the absence of the grid, there is no grid. It has been distracted by the war, by the way, ISIS and simply. So we have designed a program for supporting women to develop their own businesses together with the National Institution of Syria, the NERC, it's called NERC, National Energy Research Center. And this is why I'm saying enhancing the implementation capacities of the local authorities. We train the trainers how to give them entrepreneurship training to the ladies, to the women, even to the young practitioners. And then they started cascading this into rural areas. They are citizens. We are just an international organization, but we helped them to build the capacity. And these trainers went and trained as a start last year, 40 ladies. They established their own business for installation with the family, by the way. So they have nephews, they have sons, they have daughters, etc. And they became their own, they have their own business to install systems, to maintain. And we were inspired by an Indian, by Indian experience. By the way, Gandhi said, speed is irrelevant if we are going in the wrong direction. Somehow. So without benefiting our communities, we are going in the wrong direction. Also, speed is important, but it's irrelevant when we are going in the wrong direction. So having that you engage this, we were inspired by an Indian experience that we had an issue for the collections for the battery, because you need to equip this system with batteries, and the batteries have shorter lifetime, as you know. So people have to pay in the fund to replace these batteries and so on. And what we did, that we integrated also the grandma in the equation, and the grandmothers were responsible for moderating the fund. Can you imagine? We're part of the supervisory bodies. And this is how we engaged even the local community in servicing. It is not only the company that was there. The company engaged the local actors to support the collection, to support the maintaining the financial streams, etc. So this is an example. I want just to shed the light on reflection on your question. I'm sorry for taking long.
The gentleman at the back.
Merci bien. I will speak in French. Alors, je voudrais d'abord remercier les panélistes parce que le débat a été intéressant. Alors, je suis du Burkina Faso, de l'Agence nationale des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique. Nous avons suivi, comme je le disais. Alors, nous avons un constat. Les investisseurs ne sont pas, la plupart du temps, prêts pour accompagner certains projets qui rentrent uniquement dans l'accès, parce qu'ils sont plus orientés sur la production. C'est le cas que je soulève au Burkina Faso. Nous avons effectivement au Burkina des mesures que le gouvernement a mis en œuvre pour limiter, je veux dire favoriser effectivement ces investisseurs. Au niveau de la réglementation, il y a eu des avantages qui ont été accordés pour permettre aux investisseurs d'intervenir. Aussi, on se rend compte que malgré tout, quand il s'agit de l'accès, il y a moins d'affluence. Donc, ma question, c'est de savoir vraiment comment est-ce que vous pensez que ces solutions pourraient être apportées. Parce que si je le dis, vous savez qu'à certains endroits, malgré la disponibilité d'un réseau, il y a des familles qui sont dans certaines zones qui n'ont pas accès à l'énergie. On a conçu des programmes pour permettre à ces personnes, en faveur de l'énergie solaire, d'avoir des dispositifs solaires sur les toits pour leur permettre de bénéficier également de cette électricité. Mais malheureusement, quand vous concevez des projets dans ce sens, économiquement, ce n'est pas trop rentable pour les investisseurs. Donc, ils trouvent que pour accompagner, et en dehors du gouvernement, c'est difficile. Donc, je voudrais savoir si, dans ces pareilles situations, quelles sont les solutions qu'on pourrait apporter dans ce sens, parce que ça rentre en compte, on prend en compte aussi les éléments de la cuisson propre pour permettre aux femmes d'éviter, pour préserver leur santé en matière de solutions de cuisine. Il y a beaucoup d'éléments qui rentrent dans ce sens. Donc, mais c'est limité. Beaucoup de partenaires ne sont pas prêts pour accompagner ce genre de projet. Merci.
Yes, so thank you very much for that question. You're absolutely right. I think one of the issues here is that the kind of companies that can provide grid power, as you say, they're focused on producing power, are not the same companies that can do the last mile and the access. They're almost sort of mutually exclusive, particularly in a system where the grid is not well developed and it's not reaching all parts of the countries. So if you're a larger energy producer and you're building a plant that's going to put power into the utility, going to the national grid. The cost of going out, first of all, you're probably not thinking about transmission. You're just thinking about generation. And, the challenge of getting it out to the last mile or the last 10 miles or whatever it may be into the rural communities, it's just beyond their capability from a technical point of view. Secondly, they're also expected to be producing power at a level that is going to meet the pricing point of the grid. And so, they have to really be focusing on the mass market. The off-grid companies are the ones that I think, and it's what's, there's a lot to be depressed about in some ways at the moment. We're seeing the numbers have gone the wrong way. Certainly COVID didn't help, and and debt sustainability and a lot of these issues are problematic. And also, civil strife and unrest, and your country is just one example, and there are others too. All of this is sort of having a chilling effect. But if there are things to be positive about, technology keeps moving forward. The ability for companies to come up with smaller panels and cheaper batteries, and that's all moving in the right direction. And I think that the mini grid companies are the ones that are going to be able to come in and do this. And I think maybe building on the question before about access for women, but also the point that the lady made about rooftops not being strong enough to support panels. I think a lot of these companies, really have a mission driven. I mean, they're there to make money, but I think a lot of these companies are also very much driven by a mission to try to do better, to have a human impact for people. And somebody mentioned earlier about productive usages. Some of the companies that we've been working in the World Bank have been companies that know that, look, we're going to come in and build a mini grid situation, but we're dealing with a rural community. For example, a community that has fishing, and in Lake Victoria, for example, in Uganda. And we know that we want people to have electricity, but once they've caught their fish, they need to be able to freeze it or to cool it, to chill it, and then to transport it. So some of these companies are not only helping by coming in and helping, we're going to create panels, we're going to put electricity into households, but we're also going to help you with other things so that you can then use that power in a way that's going to have economic value as well as social value. And I think in addition, there are also these companies that are helping with things like in the communities where the roofs are not strong enough to mount the panels. They're helping with setting up frames that can be, go above the house to mount panels. I mean, they're trying to be creative and address the solutions that they're, provide solutions to the real problems that their customers, their community partners are facing. So, yeah.
Maybe if I can, sorry, I was just going to mention, Burkina Faso is actually one of the countries that our members have been looking and trying to do business in. And this is where I think the support that comes in needs to recognize what's needed there. Affordability is a big challenge, which means we should not only be coming in with debt or loans, but we should allow and give space to the government to be able to do subsidies for the particular communities that are living beyond the grid. That's one of the most important elements that helps to drive down the cost and expand the reach. And this is something that I think we need to accept. I think we issued a report to the World Bank in last month that was looking and said, for those people without energy access today, a significant portion of them will not be able to afford an energy access product without some type of subsidy. And if something like this comes in, I think it would be super important. And then lastly, I think this is one of the places I would say we need coherence. We've seen this in other countries where as governments try to maybe look at incentives like tax waivers, customs, import duties for some of these targeted products, you get, they keep pushing this to the Bretton Woods institutions like the IMF and all that say, you should not be exempting anything. You need to be raising taxes and all this, which creates a discordance. Do you want to help improve access and lower some costs, or what do you want to do? And this is, I think, one of the things that really needs some support.
I'd like to ask a question. Ask. Why Egypt, for example, and Morocco are able to sell electricity from solar energy at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, while other African countries are buying it for how much? 20 cents? 2? Why? We are speaking about bankability. Without you asking the first question, what is the role of the public, private? The public. Again, repeat again. When we say regulatory framework, it's a word that's not understood typically by the normal people. But when we say regulatory framework, the land should give, the government should sacrifice somehow because this is for the better interest and the economy-wise, it will get back to them. So incentives means lower taxes. Incentives means lower customs and duties. Incentives means available land. Incentives means infrastructure to be somehow ready or facilitated at least. Incentives means that people, when they are asked to pay, there are really what we call affordability studies that would really see who deserves the subsidy and who is not deserving the subsidy. All these elements together would bring the price down. And if you can imagine that, for example, in other non-African countries, but rich like Nigeria in oil and gas, Saudi Arabia, the price of electricity from solar energy now is 1.1 cent per kilowatt hour. 1.1 cent. Why? Because of the public-private partnership. The government, through the sovereign funds, invest through dedicated investment companies for renewable energy, invest with around 40% of the project to 60%. So imagine that you are having 40% share or 60% share, and the investor need to bring the difference. The investors typically put 70 to 80% as loans and 20 to 30% as equity from their pocket. So out of the share of the investor, which is 60%, they pay only 20% of the 60, which is 12% of the total cost. So this is not much for investors. Where the 80% comes, you need to have, this is why you are saying we need to have coordinated efforts, stakeholder platforms, green finance platforms, what in Europe called sustainable energy finance platforms. We call it like this. What happens? They consolidate, they set together, opening dialogue with financial institution, World Bank, EIB, African Development Bank, etc. They sit together. And once they sit together, the priorities somehow are coordinated among this. And then the priorities from the national team, they say, we need this type of support or contributions. Once you have this, then you can have concessional, partially concessional finance to the remaining 80% from the private investor. So he takes it from us for us a very low interest rate. So combining the government as investor and risk taker together with the financial low, I would say, concessional finance and low interest, and with a grant component in case of the decentralized solution, together with incentives for lands, for grid connection, for etc. All this together would make the prices lower.
Oh, right. No, very, very insightful.
Yeah.
My last question, please.
Yeah. So I think we're looking at unlocking investments in Africa, and I know that Marcus, you spoke about the foreign exchange risk, but maybe my question is to all the panelists that when we are talking about different financing models, what is that one particular risk that you would talk about, and how do you actually mitigate that? So it could range from your regulatory risks to your financial risk to your currency risks to even getting a project pipeline. But one major risk that you as an institution feel should be mitigated, and how do you mitigate that?
So maybe again, depends if it's IPPs or DREs, but for an IPP, I think probably the one, maybe the biggest risk is about reliability of getting paid. And somebody mentioned earlier about how the default rates are actually very low in Africa, which is true, and the GEMS data really bears that out. But it's not a smooth process. And if you're an investor sitting there and you've got salaries to pay, banks to make debt service payments to, so on and so forth, goods sold, the cost of goods sold, that is very stressful when all of a sudden, you're waiting to get paid by your monopoly customer and it's coming in slow. You will get paid eventually, the statistics seem to show, but it could be very, very delayed, and that can create crisis.
In Mauritius, for the large IPPs, one of the risks we've seen, and we missed out on a few contracts because of that, was the country risk. Because we only have the CB, we needed, the investors needed a guarantee of what would happen to the project should the CB go bankrupt. Who would pay up? Would it be government? Would it be CB? Who would it be? So the local banks were more or less at ease with it, having known the country for a long time and feeling that this was a safe, CB was a safe investment. But the foreign counterparts, the foreign banks and the IDFs were not comforted by that. So in the last year or so, we've had consultants, I think from the World Bank, or it could be FDB, I can't remember, that came and looked at the contracts and provided support to de-risk the contract and to provide a support agreement as well, a fund that would de-risk that. Thank you.
In an ideal context, I would say, adding to the important elements, the retroactive measures of that somehow we are surprised in the market that can influence the process itself. They can stop you from continuing developing the process, or within the project itself, when it is running, you are facing a lot of, for example, additional taxation or something like that, or stopping, like what happened in the feed-in tariff in some countries, revising the rates after all the calculations for the finance was based on that. This is an ideal world, but in reality, for many places in our continent, as being in corruption, the biggest risk is corruption.
I think for me, if I can first give a context, every country out there believes they're open for business. But I think we've got to be very candid and say, if business is not coming, please look at what you believe may not be true. With that context, I think for us it is a stable policy and legal fiscal environment. Just make it work and then keep it stable for as long as possible.
I think I agree with that mostly, and I would add currency risk to that because mainly we're dealing with a lot of fiscally constrained economies, and yeah, so currency risk in addition to that. Thanks.
All right, a big thank you to all of you for a very insightful discussion. I think we've all picked up one or two things that we can take back home and advance discussions with the policymakers, the banks, and anybody who would be interested in fostering what we're trying to achieve here, which is transitioning to clean energy. Thank you so much for your time and wishing you a good day ahead.
Hello, everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone. Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, I welcome you all at ISA Pavilion in Blue Zone here. All the dignitaries sitting here. I'll request to wear the headphone to have the better listening quality. This session is in continuation of SEM initiative on solar supply chain for adoption of harmonizing ESG standards. Through this discussion, industry and governments can explore the ways for working together to create the markets for sustainable and socially responsible solar PV components. So not taking much of the time, I'll now hand it over for the opening remarks by our Chief of Unit, Program and Project Implementation Cluster, International Solar Alliance. I invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurpat, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pankaj, for starting this event, a very important event on ESG standard for solar PV manufacturing. Yesterday, I was in a panel discussion, which is organized by African Development Bank. They have released a book which is on roadmap for solar PV manufacturing in Sahel region in Africa. The outcome of that discussions is clearly coming out to say that it's a high time to diversify, I would say more diversify the manufacturing and supply of solar PV. And this is the very clear outcome of yesterday's discussions. Today, if we look at the demand supply landscape across the globe, if I look at the current capacity of manufacturing and what the entire world has installed in 2023, I would say there is a capacity of almost 3 times what we have installed in the last year. So that shows that as on date, there is a tilt towards the too much of supplies. One side, it looks like it's a good thing or reducing the price, but the other side, if you look at it, it has a lot of problems. It's inviting a lot of problems. One being a kind of a monopolizing the entire pricing power by because the more than 90% of this capacity is in one country, which is not good for in terms of if you look at the risk involved in the logistics, risk involved in the geographical risk, apart from it behaves like a monopolistic environment. But beyond that, and the more important point is there is a lot of compromise on ESG framework being followed. That's what is to be very clearly coming out from our experience. And there is a tendency to dump, I would say, inferior material, which not only ends up in the financial loss, but also the environmental issues. So these are the critical issues which we see across the world. But if looking forward, I think considering the tripling of renewable energy capacity, which by 2030 we are planning, I think now we have already crossed about 2 terawatt of the installation of solar. And looking at the way it will be accelerating, I think by 2030, at least there may be 7 to 8 terawatts of solar PV being installed. So moving forward, there is much more manufacturing capacities may be required to be created. And that's the point where we should see the manufacturing now gets diversified into various regions. And I'm happy that today we have a very important people and important countries from US, Australia, and from the Europe. Everybody is represented here, and it's a time for us to bring out a synergy in the standards of ESG, so that becomes a guidelines for the new capacities being created across the world. This is a SEM initiative where already ISA is working along with the US, Australia, to and in the Brazil, where the part of G20, there was a report which IRENA has prepared for part of this initiative that gives a very important picture and the kind of guidelines. How do we move forward? So with that, let me stop here. It's a great panel here. I'm sure there is a key speakers, and then we will move on to a panel. Before that, let me hand it out back to Pankaj. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh, for the introduction and the opening remarks, sir. I'll invite our first speaker, Dr. Heather Evans, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Manufacturing, U.S. Department of Commerce, for her keynote address, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. This is weird. I'm going to just take them off. Okay, so I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and really very appreciate the ISA's coordinating role for this whole work stream that we've been doing together, and everything that this organization has been doing to facilitate a dialogue on solar supply chains, including today's event. The co-chair of the Clean Energy Ministerial's effort on transforming solar supply chains is someone on my team, Cora Dixon. She's not here today. I think she's watching online, but I'm not sure. But she and I both were able to attend the Clean Energy Ministerial senior officials meeting in Indonesia earlier this year, and we've very much been following the progress of this work stream. So I just wanted to, let me set the stage a little bit by sharing a little bit about where I'm coming from. I'm at the International Trade Administration, or ITA. Our focus and mission is about creating prosperity for US companies and for, honestly, for everyone by promoting trade and investment, strengthening the competitiveness of US businesses and workers, and of course, ensuring fair trade and compliance with US trade laws and agreements. And so during my time here at COP29, this is actually my first time at COP29. It's been very eye-opening. I know many of you have probably come year after year, but there's so much to see here. But from our perspective at ITA, we're focused on accomplishing sort of three themes. First, making sure that we're highlighting the innovative clean energy and climate solutions that our US companies can provide. Second, really focusing on how we can facilitate public-private partnerships that will develop and also deploy these technologies. And then third, continuing to advocate for international trade and economic policies that can reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, of course, and create and sustain good jobs. So when it comes to the role of supply chains in the energy transition, we're balancing sort of between trade and national security perspectives. I think everyone around the world learned a lot throughout the COVID pandemic. And one lesson, of course, was that no country should really be relying exclusively on a single source, whether it's one country or a source in one region, for their supply chains and the commodities that they need for their daily life and for commerce. And so to that end, it's our position at ITA that we just cannot risk supply chain disruptions in the materials, the components, and the equipment needed to deploy clean energy solutions, because those are so critical to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing climate change. And so everyone's moving as fast as possible towards the commitments from last year's COP28 goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And we just cannot afford any supply chain delays when the future of the planet is at stake. So as we work to accelerate that energy transition, both at home and around the globe, we really recognize the importance of diversifying clean energy supply chains to minimize that risk and to maximize every country's ability to meet its goals. Something that Ramesh was also saying, there's some vulnerabilities there in the way things are currently, and there's really a need to think smartly about this. So from the United States perspective, we're seeking government-to-government partnerships with countries that recognize the imperative of the clean transition and that are committed to using public tools to fill a near-term investment gap to mobilize the private sector. So we're really looking to our trade partners with whom we've had a long and trusting relationship that share our values, particularly those relating to democracy, sustainable and inclusive growth, openness, transparency, and the rule of law. So it's also a perspective that international trade and economic policy have really been underutilized as tools that can help reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. But if they're well designed, these types of policies can incentivize a race to the top in responsible and low carbon manufacturing, and they can facilitate stronger international cooperation on supply chain traceability. And so the discussion we're having here today about ESG has really meaningful implications for the global supply chain for solar. And the report released last month that Ramesh mentioned by IRENA surveyed the existing landscape for ESG standards in solar manufacturing and helped us identify some challenges and some barriers. It made recommendations such as how to raise awareness of ESG considerations, the importance of harmonization, and the need to promote greater international cooperation so that we're not just reinventing the wheel. And so with that groundwork, we're now able to discuss the best approaches that can be taken by governments to facilitate adoption of the ESG services that are going to be necessary for solar manufacturing in our respective economies, especially those in the emerging markets and developing economies. And there's so many stakeholders that are critical players in this ESG dialogue. It's not just the solar manufacturers and developers, but it's also the financial institutions, industry associations, standards bodies, NGOs, and of course the governments that are so critical in establishing some of the trade policy. And as policymakers around the world consider the potential of clean energy technologies, really looking to industry-led standards can help ensure that we have effective regulations and policies that meet the right objectives. And again, not reinventing the wheel, avoiding unnecessary duplication of efforts, and reducing any market access barriers or eliminating them, hopefully. So I just want to reiterate that strengthening the global supply chains is a collective undertaking. It's both private sector and government. We can't do it alone in the United States, that's for sure. And we are really excited to be continuing to engage with allies and partners to help diversify those solar supply chains. So, whenever we engage with international partners on standards, we always encourage governments to partner with their industry stakeholders to the extent appropriate and possible. And we also encourage greater industry participation from all countries in standards development organizations. And so looking forward to learning a lot more from the panel today. And really, I'm going to sit down now and hand it over back to you, sir. And thank you so much for the opportunity to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans, for giving us the perspective on the subject topic. Now I'll request our second distinguished speaker, Mr. Sam Lowe. He is the head of Renewable Superpower Strategy, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Australia. Welcome.
Thanks for that and for the chance to be here. I'm always reminded when I stand behind one of these just how short I am, so I hope you can all see me. Look, thanks to the International Solar Alliance for hosting this event and bringing us together. It's absolutely wonderful to be here talking about ESG standards, particularly for solar, just knowing how important that is. I think for today, my endeavour is just to briefly talk about Australia's solar experience. I think we've had a really interesting experience and a sort of role in the solar supply chain and industry before we, of course, hear from our esteemed panel. So I think the stat before that was quoted was around, the world's hit around 2 terawatts of solar. I think what's sort of really interesting hidden within that is we took 68 years to get the first terawatt. And then 2 years to hit the second terawatt. And I think that rapid growth is incredibly encouraging, and I think gives us hope around a range of the issues we're trying to tackle here at COP. Certainly in Australia, solar PV is a progressive force and really transforming our energy system. Over the recent years, we've had an extraordinary wave of investment in solar. Just recently, and I think it was sort of confirmed this week, we've just hit the milestone of 1 in 3 households now having solar on the roof, which is incredible penetration. Of course, that comes on the back of a lot of support from state and federal governments, but I think importantly comes on the back of households and businesses recognizing the value it creates for them in reducing energy bills, but also improving their own energy resilience. So at the moment, we're sort of currently sitting at the world's highest penetration of solar rooftop PV, but also some of the lowest costs for installed rooftop solar PV, again, reflecting that experience. I think last calendar year, it was around sort of 10% of our electricity came from small scale solar. But I think what that sort of 10% number hides is the fact that at certain periods during the day in certain regions, solar is actually dominating our energy system. And certainly the potential for it is absolutely dominating. In places like South Australia, where I think there's a milestone of solar being able to provide more than 100% of demand at certain points. Wasn't able to for practical reasons, but the potential's definitely there. However, from our perspective, and I think, as touched on before, supply chains are concentrated. So despite that, around 1 or slightly more, depending on how you calculate it, around 1 or so % of those solar panels have been made in South Australia, or made in Australia. We're incredibly dependent on imports of globally concentrated solar. As of course, as we saw during COVID, that concentration creates risks and creates challenges to energy security and economic resilience, both incredibly important considerations as we transform to net zero. But we also seek to ensure the benefits of our investments are flowing and shared with local communities. So a big sort of flagship initiative of the Australian government, which came out in our most recent federal budget, was the Future Made in Australia plan, which sort of came with it about $22 billion of investment over a decade. And a big focus on that is creating quality jobs for workers and also building resilient supply chains. My team was really heavily involved in the development of that package, and a big sort of driving force was thinking about what's Australia's role in the global net zero transformation and how do we make ourselves an indispensable part of that. Of course, recognizing our close trading relationships and our sort of our interest in supporting our partners on their transition as well. As a part of that sort of broader program, I mentioned the government's investing $1 billion through our Solar Sunshot program, which is focused on manufacturing. And Alicia in the crowd from our Renewable Energy Agency has been incredibly pivotal in delivering that program, and it's in the process of being rolled out now. That program is really sort of focused on a number of things. I think firstly on sort of supporting diversification of our solar supply chains, noting it's a large challenge, but also about thinking about how we can leverage our innovation experience in solar, recognizing our sort of long-standing history in solar PV technology. The first stage of that recently opened, $500 million available for the first round, and like I said, it's being delivered now. But beyond that, we're also thinking about sort of broader aspects of the solar supply chain. That program's sort of predominantly focused on sort of downstream products. We're also thinking about where Australia can get involved in on sort of the upstream side of the house. So also looking at solar polysilicon in particular, thinking how we can leverage our abundant renewable energy, and of course working with really important partners like India and others. As we sort of collectively try and diversify and make our solar supply chains more resilient. But of course, we know, and a big part of our sort of strategy is about how do we unlock the jobs of the future, but it's not just about sort of the number of jobs, but also about ensuring, those jobs create decent wages and good conditions for workers. And of course, that's true in Australia and globally. To support that endeavour, the government has recently established Australia's first anti-slavery commissioner. So this independent commissioner is leading work against modern slavery in Australia, including assistance for industry to identify their risks and address those risks of modern slavery practices in their operations and supply chains. We of course know industry is interested in collaborating with government to act and to address modern slavery and ESG risks across supply chains. And of course, that's not unique in Australia. Beyond the sort of the ESG, beyond the sort of the workforce challenges there, we also know consumers and investors are increasingly looking to reduce their carbon footprint, including embodied carbon of the products that they're buying. And the Australian government is working with international partners as well to ensure interoperability of those emissions accounting methodologies and promote transparency around those ESG credentials. That's sort of across sectors. So we've been particularly active in some of the hydrogen work through the IPHE for those following along, and are developing our own guarantee of origin scheme at home to make sure that customers can track and verify the emissions associated with products. And we think that'll be really important in a whole range of different supply chains. Look, really happy to be here today. I'm not going to take up too much more time. Looking forward to the panel, but just wanted to share some of that perspective from Australia. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam, for sharing a lot of important information from your vast experience. Now it's an interesting phase coming out. We'll be having the panel discussion now. The moderator would be our Chief of Unit ISA, Mr. Ramesh Kumar. And I'll invite all the panelists to come please on the dais. Ms. Abigail Hooper, President, Solar Energy Industry Association. Dr. Arun Sharma, Chief Sustainability Officer, Adani Group, India. Mr. Matt is Director, Global Affairs, Solar Power Europe. Okay, I'll invite our distinguished speaker also to please join along with the panelists there. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Pankaj, for initiating this panel discussion. I'm extremely happy we have a wonderful panel here representing across the globe. And I invite Ms. Abigail Rose Hooper, and you are President and CEO of Solar Energy Industry Association United States. Welcome here, Madam. And then Dr. Arun Sharma, he is CEO for Sustainability and Advisor to the Chairman. Adani Group is one of the important business house who has done a lot of solar in terms of supplies as well as development. Finally, Mr. Matt Hayes, welcome here once again. You are the Director of Global Affairs, Solar Power Europe. So I'm extremely happy you have the Solar Energy Industry Association for United States and a major manufacturer and developer from India and the Solar Power Europe. And the representative from the government. So this is clearly a dialogue between the industry and the government. I would suggest to you to keep your asks to the government so that how do we proceed? Okay. So let me ask one first question. I'm not straight away coming to the ESG part of it. Let me ask a simple question to all the three panelists. Is how do we break this monopoly, and how as we proceed, there's so much of new capacities being made, and there will be accelerated installation of solar will happen, maybe 450 gigawatt, 500 gigawatt to 700 or to 1 trillion per year. That may be the way we moving forward. So let me ask my question to Abigail Rose Hooper. What is your suggestions? How do we diversify really the manufacturing of solar panels?
Sure. Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. It's an honor to be here and with the US government and the Australian government and my colleagues. I think the US has done a good job over the last few years of demonstrating how we can diversify supply chain, right? I agree with everything you said about some of the market factors that we all experienced during COVID, as well as legislation we've had in the United States, and a desire, right, to de-risk the business proposition so that we have a diverse supply chain to choose from. So with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, we have incentives in the United States for shoring domestic manufacturing back at home. And that has led, I was just on a panel with Secretary Granholm, over 900 clean energy manufacturers who've either built or expanded capacity in 2 years, 2 short years. The United States has gone from being number 7 in the world to number 3 in the world after India. In terms of module manufacturing, we've quadrupled our capacity. So it's clear that a government signal right? That this is an important national priority, that we are going to continue to support this is one really clear way to help do that. I mean,
Oh, that's a good news, and this is a very important developments happening in the US. So thank you for updating on that and to the audience. So let me come to Dr. Arun Sharma, because in India there is a production-based incentive was introduced, and the government was looking at how the manufacturing capacity can be scaled up in India as well. So I would like to get your sense, and how do you look at it, and what is the way forward, how we can further change or scale up the manufacturing in India?
So we're living in very interesting times, and the geopolitics, the role of solar rollout, not just for decarbonization of the grid, but also for the green hydrogen industry, is going to be very, very significant. And the quality of solar modules, by and large, will be responsible for decarbonization, because for green hydrogen, 70 to 80% of the green hydrogen production will require solar. So we are talking about a very fundamental technology. And let me just tell you that innovation in solar is a long relay. It was University of New South Wales and Fraunhofer who developed the early technologies. But the credit to China goes, and they took that technology, put an industrial policy on steroids, and that's the reason why they have actually become what they are. I was on a panel yesterday with my counterpart from LONGi, and the realization in China has come that their domination of the solar value chain is unsustainable, and ultimately it is not good for China. So we will give you an example. What COVID did is force the Indian government to come up with production-linked incentive to start creating a solar value chain. And our own company, currently, we produce 4 gigawatt annually of solar modules, cells, and we have established, and we are producing 2 gigawatt of wafers and ingots and glass. And this capacity is being increased to 10 gigawatt by the end of 2025. Now, we haven't done polysilicon yet, and the geopolitics may determine that we will do polysilicon, and it might actually make the business case for doing it. But one thing we must not forget is much of the equipment that we use to manufacture is still coming from China. And China realizes that if they stop that equipment from coming, then yes, India will suffer for a while, but it will be galvanized into action to develop its own technology. And ultimately, the world has to figure out a balance. Is geopolitics, developing our own economies, and decarbonization, what is the priority? But ultimately, diversifying the supply chain, not just China, but from China to India and a few other countries, is better for geopolitics. And it will reduce the cost, and the quality will improve, and we will be able to decarbonize. And I'm very happy to pick up on the ESG themes as we discuss.
Many thanks, Dr. Arun Sharma. You touched upon the very important aspects, and it's not that easy. It's a very complicated subject in itself. But thank you for bringing out the various dimensions of that. And of course, it's not the idea of that somebody has done a wonderful job, they have done it. So, but then move forward, how do we redefine, how do we address the other challenges coming out of that? Many thanks for the updating on that. So let me come to the Europe. Europe has been very vibrant, and looking at the renewable addition. And so Medha, how do you look at the landscape of the supply being, I would say, the last 2-3 years, or the current way of how it is being scaled up in Europe, and what are the dimensions on that?
Thank you very much. Indeed, also on my side, it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you all to all the other panelists. So indeed, let me just say a few words about my organization. Solar Power Europe is the association representing the solar sector in Europe, and our membership covers the entire value chain, both manufacturers, raw material providers, as well as developers, service providers, etc. And so Europe also has an industrial policy and ambitions to rebuild and reshore manufacturing in Europe. In fact, the European objective in terms of production capacity is 30 gigawatt of solar manufacturing capacity, covering the entire supply chain by 2030. And just to give you an understanding of the scale of this, this compares to an estimated demand of about 100 gigawatt in 2030. So we're aiming to have about a third of the European demand covered by European production. So this also shows that we remain committed to open trade and remaining part of open supply chains and the world economy. Because indeed, we do think that we cannot exaggerate with protectionist measures. We are not in favor of protectionist measures. Indeed, in fact, we believe that trade defense measures are not benefiting the global supply chain and the global solar industry. We think that there are other instruments, such as, for example, the subsidies provided under the IRA and under the PLI scheme that are much more beneficial and conductive when it comes to reshoring and rebuilding domestic manufacturing. In Europe, we are looking at the PLI scheme and the IRA with a little bit of envy. The European Union is not a state, so the European Union doesn't have a comparable fiscal power, or let's say joint fiscal power. So that's why the EU is looking at other, let's say, more, we have to be a bit more creative when it comes to subsidizing or promoting, creating demand for local products. And that is why the European Commission and the European Union created the Net Zero Industry Act, which is kind of a mechanism that is introducing so-called resilience criteria in public auctions. Resilience criteria means it's not local content criteria, because the EU said we want to be WTO compliant, but it's criteria that will benefit projects sourcing products from not the dominant source. And I think you all understand what that means. But still, it's WTO compliant. This is a pull instrument to generate offtake for European products. On the push side, that's something that Europe and the European member states will still have to figure out. There is some movement on that side as well. But let me just reiterate that we think that trade defense measures and tariffs can really be a lose-lose strategy. We in Europe, we did have experience with trade defense measures and tariffs 10 years ago. In the last decade, between 2013 and 2017, there was a so-called minimum import price in Europe aimed at solar panels, and it not only completely, or not completely, but significantly wiped out the market, so demand, but it also didn't benefit local manufacturers. So that is why we're not we're not in favor of tariffs. And I know that my friend and colleague Rodrigo Sawaya from Brazil is sitting in the audience, and they are faced with this situation just now, where the Brazilian government decided to introduce tariffs, to increase tariffs significantly, which is not going to be good for deployment in Brazil. And ultimately, tariffs are also not good when it comes to the achievement of the climate targets the tripling target that we're all aiming at.
Thank you, Hayes, for a wonderful giving the insights into what is happening. And you rightly touched upon what we require is a kind of a balancing between various options rather than going for this side or that side. So many thanks for coming out with very important points on that, the European outlook and what is happening. Many thanks to Hayes on that. So let me come to the second set of questions on ESG, because this is equally important. Many times we only look at the pricing part of it, maybe the quality part of it. Of course, quality is very important. Apart from the other dimensions of ESG is very, very important. So I would like to get a sense of your thoughts on that. So I'll once again start with Abigail from you on the ESG. I hope you had a chance to see the the outcome of IRENA report? If not, of course, I would like to get your views on that. Yeah, thank you.
I read it, actually.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I did. I read it. So first of all, let me say I agree wholeheartedly that kind of a mishmash, or I don't know if that translates, a confused system of standards is only going to delay deployment, which is not anything that we can tolerate at the moment. And so I thought the report sort of laying out what different countries are doing and suggesting some steps for standardization are really important. You know, in addition to the kind of, I just want to make one point, in addition to sort of the imperative of rapid deployment, there's also kind of the customer facing element of it. And as you referenced and some of the speakers referenced, customers are demanding ESG compliance, right? They want to know, where is this product being manufactured? Under what conditions are the workers operating in? What is the carbon footprint of this product that I want to purchase? And so there is both kind of a, as you said, a push and a pull, right? Like the sort of standardization and customers demanding it. So I think it's timely. One of the things we have done in the United States, I'll just use this as an example, and not the whole of it, but we as a as an industry association have become a standard setting body ourselves, right? We have gone through that process, and the first standard that we have put out is around traceability of our supply chain, transparency into the supply chain. And that has been so transformational in terms of shining a light, not just on the finished product, obviously, but on all of the inputs along the way. And having, at least in one country, a standard that all of not only our companies are abiding by, but that and for us, it's Customs and Border Protection, but that the sort of agency that regulates imports can also abide by, has been important, right? Because it provides transparency and predictability to the business side of the house. And so we have now engaged with our European colleagues. We have a similar kind of standard in other countries to sort of, this is just one example of an area where I think there's opportunity for us to create kind of a standardization around transparency of supply chain.
Thank you, Abigail, for this is wonderful that you have already have a kind of a close dialogue with the European standards, and I'm looking at more inclusive with other, even in India and all. So at this stage, let me repeat this question to Dr. Arun Sharma on your thoughts on and the dimensions on the ESG framework.
It's a great report, and it's setting the framework that needs to be followed. But let me come to exactly what are the other forces that are driving ESG. And what I will do is I will just focus on the embedded emission of the products that we make. The reason is India has adopted a fairly sophisticated ESG framework that is comparable to the best in the world. That's regulatory requirement now, the BRSR. So you have to follow. And the vociferous free press in India is going to expose any practices that are not ESG compliant. I can assure you of that. So as someone who is responsible for getting most of our businesses to net zero by 2050 or earlier, our ports business has signed up to SBTi for 2040. Solar module manufacturing is my biggest headache. Okay. Now, if I look at my solar module manufacturing business, then scope 1 is just 1 to 2%. Scope 2 is 7%. And scope 3 is 91%, the upstream embedded emission. Now, scope 2 is low-hanging fruit for us because we are India's largest, in fact, one of the largest renewable energy companies in the world. We can just use the solar energy and we will reduce that. But to address the scope 3 upstream emission, you have to start building the entire value chain and controlling it. And much of it is high because of dirty coal, like, in China, where much of the value is being created. And to China's credit, they're rolling out solar faster than the rest of the world. And so it will eventually decarbonize. So as we have gone into wafers and ingots, that's energy intensive process. We will be applying renewables to address that. And eventually when we do polysilicon, we'll be using renewable, as Australia's strategy is to get into silicon, polysilicon and do the renewables. So that's how we will address the embedded emission. But there are other aspects that come into play. CBAM. If you want to export to Europe, you have to meet a certain emission threshold. And at least till the election, US was thinking of something very similar. And it might sort of come up with something that might be direct tariffs, and it might sort of do that. But we're all waiting with bated breath on how the industry develops in the US. So the challenge is that there's a lot of opposition to CBAM from the developing world, and rightly so. They see this as a trade barrier, it's going to impact something. But suppose, in spite of all the protest, Europe implements it. Then the private sector has no choice but to address it. Now, if we build the entire value chain, we have control on the total emissions, and it will be not only the most cost-effective solar module going into Europe, but also in terms of emission intensity, it will be among the lowest. But we can only do this by actually creating the full value chain. If US decides to have tariffs that are far more nuanced than it is today, that will force us to also build the complete value chain. So how the industry evolves will depend on geopolitics, on trade developments, CBAM, but it's an exciting time and new business models will emerge. You might have heard that our chairman has decided to invest $10 billion in US. So.
Thank you, Dr. Arun Sharma. You made it a point that every new problem will, a new solution will emerge. So this dynamics is there, and we need to see what's happening beyond January. Let's be waiting for that. But then there will be always what is constant is the change. So we will wait for new things happening on that. Many thanks, Dr. Arun Sharma, to give the extra dimensions which is beyond the report, which is very, very critical for us to see. So let me ask you, here's the same question on your take on ESG. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So indeed, I would like to subscribe to what my colleagues were saying about customer and stakeholder expectations, regulatory expectations. So these are, of course, also the leading reasons, along with our own commitment as the industry, for why we've been investing a lot of effort and a lot of resources into ESG compliance and responsible practices and responsible supply chains as Solar Power Europe. Whereas SEIA has become a standard-setting organization, we as Solar Power Europe, we created a kind of a standard-setting organization, which is called the Solar Stewardship Initiative, which is issuing standards, and it's a solar supply chain specific sustainability assurance program. And so maybe before saying a few words about how the Solar Stewardship Initiative works, let me also give an overview of the legislative landscape in Europe. So there are a few pieces of important legislation in Europe that are driving this, and for which the Solar Stewardship Initiative is meant to be a tool for compliance, similar to the traceability standard that SEIA is working on, which is meant to be a tool for compliance with the UFLPA. The SSI standards are meant to be a tool to help companies comply with upcoming EU legislation, such as, and you will hear a lot of fun EU abbreviations. The CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is a law, a European law that puts human rights and environmental due diligence requirements on companies operating in Europe. The second one is the so-called forced labor ban. It is, I think, to some extent inspired by the UFLPA, but it has a significantly different approach. It's about a ban of using forced labor and products made with, and marketing and selling products made with forced labor, whether the forced labor occurs in Europe or outside of Europe. Third, there is a regulation called the Eco Design Regulation, which sets recyclability and efficiency, environmental efficiency requirements for products. Among them, also solar panels and solar inverters. So this is more on the environmental side. And then I would like to say a few words about the CBAM. That's also a fun abbreviation, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is actually indeed very relevant, and we do see that opposition from developing countries, but solar products are exempted from the CBAM. So solar panels and inverters will not be covered by the CBAM, given the fact that solar panels and solar inverters are contributing to decarbonization by themselves. And so these pieces of legislation really drive sustainability and ESG compliance in Europe, and that is why we created the Solar Stewardship Initiative, which is a separate organization from Solar Europe. It is designed as a multi-stakeholder organization, so it has not only industry but also non-industry stakeholders such as civil society, academia, banks in its governance, and which already today has about 50 members, covering a very significant market share, both in terms of supply and demand. So all the leading manufacturers and all the leading developers and buyers are part of the SSI to work together on ESG compliance. And how do we do that? It's through site certifications. The SSI published its ESG standard a year ago, and it's working on a traceability standard currently set to be published in December. And manufacturing sites will be and are being assessed and audited against these standards. And this will help to establish, a full, hopefully that's the ultimate objective, a fully certified chain of custody that will allow manufacturers to demonstrate a very high level compliance with a very high level of assurance, a very high level of compliance to these ESG requirements. And that's what we're working on currently in Europe, and of course trying to align with the US colleagues, especially on the traceability mechanism.
Many thanks, Hez, for giving those the details and the various developments happening and in terms of the standards. Many thanks for updating. One of the outcome or one of the recommendation of this IRENA is to have a more cooperation, and that's what we are here. We need to have more cooperation, to international cooperation, to take it to a much more mature level, or bringing it as a guidelines rather than on specifics on that, so that there is an inclusive way of looking at it. So at this stage, let me open the floor for any questions from the audience. You have a wonderful panel representing industry, government, and this being a very critical area of solar manufacturing. If you have any questions, I would be happy to invite now.
Hi there, Matthew from Australia. I was wondering, in Australia, as we heard, we're looking at some of the earlier stage parts of the solar supply chain, as well as maybe the end looking at racking or modules manufacturing. What do you think about the viability of cell manufacturing outside China?
And your question is to whom?
I think open to the floor if anyone would like to take control for that one.
Yeah.
We are manufacturing 4 gigawatt of cells today. And by the end of 2025, our annual capacity will be 10 gigawatts. So it's totally viable. But of course, we are using Chinese equipment. And as I said, China can try to stop it from happening, but that in the long term isn't going to work for them. So it's a relay. They picked up technology from Australia and Germany. They developed it. Now they're helping the rest of the world. That's the way the innovation works. Sorry.
So we do not have 4 gigawatts of capacity in the United States, but we do have some, and it's growing. It has definitely been a direct result of the Inflation Reduction Act and some of those incentives. And what we are seeing primarily is vertically integrated production. So even some groups that came first and developed their module capacity have moved up the supply chain to develop cell. I will add my voice, though, to your point about the equipment. That is without a doubt one of the realities of manufacturing, and that we don't have at the moment, an alternate source of supply. Although I think perhaps you want to talk about that.
Thank you. Indeed, I wanted to address this point because I totally agree with you. Just to put it explicitly, so I think cells manufacturing outside of China is viable as soon as there is offtake for cells manufacturing outside of China. And that's what we're seeing in India. There is cells manufacturing in India because there is sufficient module manufacturing in India. And that there is going to be cells manufacturing coming online in America as soon as there is enough demand on the module side. And same is true for Europe, although we're lagging behind a little bit. Now, when it comes to know-how and technology, in Europe, we used to be leaders 10, 20 years ago in terms of technology. And we still do have some of the leading non-Chinese technology providers, both in the module segment and also in the cell segment, and some of the cells manufacturing technology providers are talking to both Indian and American companies and are able to supply. Of course, there are some challenges, such as capex difference. Capex investment costs for European technology are higher. Although there is a return on investment because OPEX tends to be lower, yield can be higher as well. But significant capex difference needs to be covered, and that's why we're talking to the European Union, European Commission to find ways to support European technology providers in business opportunities with Indian, American, and other third country partners.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble because I'm not supposed to really talk off the cuff, but I have to just say, through the US-EU Trade and Technology Council over the last year, we've worked a lot to try to shine a light on the opportunity space of European equipment marrying with the US companies. That's that venue. We also care about India and other markets and Australia as well, but that venue I think was very productive. We had a very good conversation on the sidelines of Intersolar Europe, and we had US companies saying, I prefer to buy European equipment. Now, you're right, the cost came up, but overall, we heard a lot of companies willing to go on record and say, this is my preference, it works better, long-term cost is better. So I think there's space there, but I'm not gonna disagree with some of the other points here about the complexities of the tariff environment and other dynamics that make it complicated, but just wanted to express that we are tracking this and trying our best to try to support it, so.
Yeah, you want to, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question as well as the response from the panelists. Any other question? Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je vais parler en français. J'espère que les panélistes me comprennent. Normalement, l'énergie solaire est une solution alternative au changement climatique. Comme vous le savez, les communautés utilisent souvent les bois d'œuvre, ce qui détruit la forêt, et ils dépendent de ces bois-là. Alors, pour permettre aux communautés de pouvoir préserver la forêt, il faut des solutions alternatives comme l'énergie solaire, mais les équipements que vous produisez ne permettent pas de faire fonctionner d'autres équipements, par exemple les réchauds pour la cuisson, qui peut faire que les communautés ne puissent pas exploiter les bois d'œuvre. Et aussi, le prix de la vente de ces équipements-là ne permet pas aux communautés d'avoir accès à ces équipements solaires. Alors que si nous leur donnons accès aux équipements solaires, ça va nous permettre de limiter la pression sur la forêt et ça peut aussi résoudre certains problèmes liés au changement climatique. Ce que je voulais demander, ce n'est pas une question. Je voulais demander à ces entreprises qui produisent des énergies solaires de pouvoir voir comment vous pouvez permettre aux communautés d'avoir aussi accès à ces énergies et que vos équipements puissent permettre de faire fonctionner d'autres équipements électroménagers que les communautés possèdent pour qu'ils puissent limiter l'exploitation des bois d'œuvre afin qu'ensemble nous puissions mettre fin à ces fléaux du changement climatique. Merci.
Many thanks for that question. Many thanks for you for this question. I'll request any of the panelists. Yeah, please.
I think you have raised a very important question. What is most important here is electrification. Electrification of cooking, electrification of the day-to-day things that we do. But you have to have electricity. Now, what Africa, like India, has is abundant solar resources. So there is a way to address distributed solar, and this is where the world has to come together to get the initial investment. So distributed solar is providing local electricity solution. And then over time, you start getting cooking, moving to electricity, lighting to electricity. I think that has to be the first step. But the biggest sort of benefit we have is the availability of solar. And electrification is going to be the only way we are going to ensure that we move away from firewood. So there's a lot of work for everyone to do. And this is how we can sort of come up. And yes, as producers of solar modules, the moment we bring down the price, that will enable it.
Thank you. I've loved listening to this panel. It's been great. Just a point, I guess, to say, energy access is incredibly important. And I think the beauty of solar is it kind of provides a pathway to that previously wasn't available. I think there's, almost everywhere in the world, solar is now the cheapest new form of energy, which is an incredible asset. And it comes on the back of, as you said, innovation, but also tremendous sort of investment in those supply chains. But that doesn't mean it's easy. There's a lot of sort of often regulatory issues or like installation issues that can be hard. I think for Australia, thinking about our region, we work very closely with the Pacific and trying to sort of work through those issues and support deployment, because I think, one of the, particularly for households, the beauty is you don't need a large transmission network to have solar, that there is work to go on electrification and, and certainly heating and lighting much more accessible, cooking sort of a little bit less, but there's progress there. But it is a massive opportunity. And I think cost is one thing, but there's definitely sort of work to go on. Sort of there's other aspects which can make it challenging to deploy.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Just to supplement, this is one of the areas, we know the rural and the remote area, there is an issue of accessibility of power, and especially the cooking is one of the, clean cooking is one of the key issues. We have to have a shared responsibility to address this. So International Solar Alliance is working around that in a, what you call a solar mini grid, which will not only cater to the local requirement of lighting, and we would also like to include how the cooking can also be part of it. So many thanks for that. ISA will be working on that, on this issue and supporting the countries on that. Okay.
So we have two more. Last, basically, we can take two more.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
One is here and the other is there. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Les problèmes de... Je suis vraiment ravie. Je suis vraiment ravie d'avoir assisté à ces panels, qui est très important pour valoriser l'énergie solaire, qui est une réponse à la déforestation. C'est très important. Mais l'idée, je pense que pour l'énergie solaire, il ne suffit pas seulement de penser aux Européens et aux Blancs. C'est beaucoup plus en Afrique qu'il y a un problème de déforestation. Parce qu'en Afrique, nous dépendons de nos forêts pour les énergies, pour la cuisson et tout cela, voire même l'électrification. Alors, quand vous les produisez, il faut penser aussi à ces utilisations-là pour que nous puissions, il faut penser à au volta, hein, aux doses, je ne sais pas quoi dire, le nombre de volcans pour répondre à l'électrification et les utilisations. Vous pensez que la femme locale, c'est difficile pour elle d'utiliser tous ces matériels-ci si vous les mettez, vous n'adaptez pas ça à son utilisation, voulais-je dire. Donc, quand vous produisez les énergies solaires, vous devez penser à cette femme-là qui ne savent pas écrire, qui ne savent pas lire. Les panneaux-là doivent répondre à son utilisation, que ça soit simplifié pour qu'ils utilisent de manière aussi durable. Du fait que d'ailleurs, l'accès à avoir le fonds pour s'en procurer, c'est difficile. Si elle fait un effort de s'en procurer, ça doit mettre aussi longtemps que possible pour l'aider à ne pas faire pression aux forêts. C'était juste une recommandation que je voulais faire. Merci.
Thank you.
Many thanks. This is a continuation of the earlier question. We clearly appreciate, understand this issue need to be addressed too, because the rural population and the women who undergoes the kind of issues in terms of clean energy for either for cooking and other aspects, including what you talked about the capacity building, I would say, to disseminate the information to them, how to use it. All these dimensions are very important for us. And of course, International Solar Alliance is very, very mindful about it, and we are working around that. Yeah, so let me also give to the panelists.
Thank you for the comments on my side as well. I just want to say that there are several really fantastic organizations working on the topics, on the important topics that you raised, including GOGLA, which is the Off-Grid Solar Association. Their logo is featured over there. I think the Alliance for Rural Electrification is another organization working on these aspects. And there is an organization called Solar Sister. It's specifically working with rural and local women in Africa. So I would definitely recommend looking at these organizations and maybe getting in touch with them. I'm also personally happy to connect you with these organizations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So last question is here. This is the final question.
Okay, and thank you so much for giving me the chance to ask a question, and thank you so much for today's speech and all the talkings. And my name is Kristen Hu. I come from China, and I am a doctoral student from both Tsinghua University, China, and University of Munich, Germany. So just a very brief question for curiosity. I'm really interested to know, so what about the global solar energy future with and without China? Because I noticed that you mentioned China a lot of times, like the split chain and like the solar market like that. So just, yeah, thank you so much.
Who want to take this question? Yeah.
China is a very important part of the solar ecosystem. Let's not fool ourselves. The future of solar will include and involve China in a very strong way going forward. All we are discussing here is, can we diversify the supply chain? And my discussion with players like LONGi, they want the supply chain diversified. They do understand that that kind of domination is not good for them ultimately. So the future of solar is absolutely ordained, and China will continue to play an important part, but others will catch up and will address this problem, and innovation from many other places will help, and combined with Chinese innovation to ultimately help us get there. And to that lady, that question, thank you for bringing us down to earth from words like CBAM and emission trading and embedded scheme. What you have raised is very important. And as what my colleague said here, is that there are organizations that are already trying to do that. And I think the role of the International Solar Alliance is how to channel these organizations to that last mile of delivery, getting the users to adopt these technologies, because without that, it'll just be something that they will put their clothes on. And I think without that, we are not going to see the benefits that we want.
What was I going to say? The other thing I wanted to say, we haven't really talked about it as much as you might think of in the session title, but the ESG component is also just important. It's all of us want to have raise the standard across the board from China and other countries too. So that's also been sort of a driver of the conversation.
So very interesting. And I'm sure you got a very, that's the way we look at it. I'm just talking about one of the vision of Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister he says the globe is one community. So China is there, definitely there, and we all work together and to see there is a interest of everybody's taken on that. So before concluding, I wanted to have a last word from first Sam, because as a government side, I would like to listen to you, and then I will come over to Heather, so that from the government side, how do you, based on this discussion, what triggered to you to take it forward? Yeah.
I think probably two reflections. I think once we often talk about sort of resilience and innovation and low cost solar either as competing objectives or sort of unrelated objectives. And I think from our perspective, there is a huge overlap in thinking about that. So for us, when we're a relatively high wage, high labor cost country, and that's a good thing. High paying wages is a good thing, but it means we need to be smarter about where we play and sort of thinking about innovation, automation of supply chains, which in turn can play a really key role in reducing the cost of delivered products. So I think those things aren't unrelated. I think the other sort of reflection I'd make is, just that, maybe this comes from a sort of, compared to India anyway, like a smaller economy, thinking about being smart about where we want to play in supply chains. So polysilicon is a great example. We've got, tremendous resources that mean we hope to be a competitive supplier of polysilicon, but the scale needed to build a polysilicon plant is bigger than we could ever have demand for. So clearly we need international offtake, working with partners there. So it's an endeavor you wouldn't want to do alone. So I think just that the two components for me.
Many thanks, Sam, for your and let me come to Heather for your closing remark, I would say.
Sure. Very quickly, I just think this type of conversation is really important. It's not good just for government to talk to government. We need to hear all these perspectives like we heard on the panel. They keep us honest. They will hopefully help inform some of the policy decisions that our governments do. But it's really obvious to me we have to all continue to work together, because I don't think no one nation is going to really be able to solve this for everyone's benefit. So I just really appreciated the chance to hear this great conversation. Thanks.
So many thanks, Heather. And I think with that, let me close this panel discussion, and then I will invite Pankaj. I'll give back my mic to Pankaj.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh. It was really a very wonderful and interactive session. Let's give a big round of applause for all the distinguished speakers, panelists, as well as our audience. Now, I would just thanks once again for the distinguished speakers, panelists, and the wonderful audience for coming here, listening every one of the speaker here. Thank you very much. And now I'll request Mr. Ramesh to honor our featured speaker, Dr. Heather Evans. Dr. Heather Evans. Miss Hooper, please. Mr. Sam. Dr. Arun Sharma. Mr. Matt. Thank you very much. Please join for a group photograph also near the dais. Every of our speaker and panelists, please join us for a group photograph for all together. Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks, audience. Thank you.